like to call this special council meeting to order. Madam Clerk, the roll call, please.
All members of council are present, Mayor Redekop.
There are no announcements nor addendum to this particular meeting, so we'll go to declarations of pecuniary interest, if any. I don't see any. We have a resolution to go into closed session. Councillor Flagg, you have that.
I do, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Dubanow that council now does go into closed session at 5:02 p.m. to consider item 5-1 CAO performance evaluation and employment agreement pursuant to section 2392B of the Municipal Act 2001, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? That is unanimous. We're going into closed session. Councillor Lewis, you have the resolution for us to rise and reconvene from closed session.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McDermott. The council does now rise and reconvene from closed session at 5:51 p.m. with report that staff proceed as directed in closed session.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor of the resolution? None opposed, that is carried. Councillor Noyes, you have the resolution for the first and second reading of the confirmatory bylaw.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Dubanow that bylaw number 55-2024 to confirm the actions of council at its special council meeting held June 9th, 2025 is given first and second reading.
All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. Councillor Christensen, third and final reading for that resolution.
Yes. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDermott, that bylaw 55-2025 is given third and final reading to be signed by the mayor and clerk under the corporate seal.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. And Councillor Dubanow to finalize this special council meeting.
Yes, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Noyes that council adjourns at 5:52 p.m. to reconvene into a regular meeting of council on June 23rd, 2025.
All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. So that concludes the special council meeting. We're going to be reconvening at 6 o'clock into council and committee. If any of you are here with respect to the original plan to have the Terrace Lane public meeting scheduled for tonight, that's been rescheduled. It's going to be held on June the 30th. That's a special public meeting night, Monday, June the 30th, and that'll be at 6 o'clock. Otherwise, we'll be coming back here at 6 o'clock to start the corporate services, the committee council meeting. I'd like to call this council and committee meeting to order. As soon as I find the agenda. Before we proceed any further, I want to acknowledge that the land upon which we are gathered is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Adirondack, and the Anishinaabe people. This is a significant area for our Indigenous people. Many of them still reside in this area and work in this area, and they've provided significant insights into us with respect to how to be good stewards of the land. Madam Clerk, the roll call.
All members of council are present, Mayor Redekop.
Thank you. And there is an addendum this evening. The proposed public meeting with respect to, we've got one notice of an upcoming meeting, an additional notice, and that is a public meeting for the zoning bylaw amendment for 745 Dominion Road. That is going to be, when is that, Madam Clerk? When is that going to be?
23rd.
So that's next Monday, next regular council meeting. And we also have a public meeting scheduled for this evening with respect to Terrace Lane. That is being rescheduled to June the 30th, a special council meeting. And at that point, we will hear from the public, the proponents, and deal with an information report from staff. That takes us to announcements. I've got a few brief announcements. The first has to do with the Seniors Stepping Out event, which is going to take place on June the 14th from 11 a.m. until 3 p.m. That'll be hosted and sponsored by the Fort Erie Senior Citizens Advisory Committee. And where's that taking place, Councillor Christensen? Is that at the Leisureplex?
It's at the Leisureplex, yes.
Okay, and this is an opportunity for seniors to celebrate and support volunteerism in our community, have an opportunity to look at community volunteer displays. There's a free lunch courtesy of the Greater Fort Erie Senior Citizens Advisory Committee, and there are also some food trucks on site. Non-residents can purchase a lunch, and so that will also be accompanied by prizes and fun activities throughout the day. Makes you want to be a senior. Second, the Goodman Group's Brock University Next Gen Municipal Leadership Program explores leadership, EDI, municipal strategic planning, AI, communications, and team building skills. We're very proud to partner with this organization in the training and development of our employees. And this year, I want to congratulate the 2025 Next Gen Municipal Leadership graduates, and they are Devin Morton, a Supervisor of Development Approvals for the town, Jenny Cornelius, Senior Municipal Law Enforcement Officer, Jessica Steffler, Curator Collections, Conservation and Research, Ryan LeMay, Project Manager, Engineering Division, Nick Chevalier, Manager of Roads and Fleet Division, and Jerry Dorner, Human Resources Generalist. Congratulations all. Also on last Friday, I had an opportunity to attend a Down the Rabbit Hole performance of Seussical. The place was jam-packed. This was children up to 11 years of age. There were a variety of children performing, including even little ones as Fish and Who's. I'm advised by Anastasia Stefanik. She and her partner Ashley run a program in Ridgeway, down a theater program. They had performances Thursday night, Friday night, 2 performances Saturday. My understanding is that each day was a different set of cast members, so that there had to be 25 children in each one. That's a significant number of children, and the performance was really quite enjoyable, and the kids had a great time. There is a further performance by them this weekend. It's for older students, I think 12 to 18. It's called Into the Woods. And again, that will be held at the Leisureplex in, the Lions Hall at the Crystal Ridge Community Center in Ridgeway. And the performances on that are on Thursday, Friday, the 12th and the 13th at 7 p.m., and then Saturday, a matinee at 1 p.m. and then an evening performance at 7 p.m. It's really well worth the time to attend. And then my final announcement has to do with the Urgent Care Center. On May the 22nd, 2025, Niagara Health invited Mayor Bill Steele of Port Colborne and me to a meeting to discuss challenges that it was experiencing with manning the emergency departments and urgent care centers in Niagara. We were led to believe that the meeting was a precaution in the event sufficient doctors could not be enlisted to fill shifts at the EDs and the UCCs for July and August. During the meeting, Mayor Steele and I offered to assist the recruitment of more physicians to man our UCCs. The meeting seemed to be productive. The following day, I sent a message to Lynn Guerrero, the president and CEO of Niagara Health, reiterating our offer to assist with physician recruitment and referencing the success of our local physician recruitment and retention plan, which recently has required new doctors to seek credentials with Niagara Health to work in our urgent care center. At the end of my message, I asked that NH share its physician recruitment plan with us and advise of the number of additional physicians required to adequately man the ERs and the UCCs in Niagara. So that would have been May 23rd. I did not receive a response to those requests. Late last week, I was advised that Niagara Health wished to have a short meeting with Mayor Steele and me to provide an update to the urgent care center situation. That meeting was held this morning. Councillor Joan Christensen participated at my request. Rather than attend the meeting and deliver the message that the hours at our urgent care center are being reduced, the president and CEO of Niagara Health left it to others to do so. Upon questioning, we learned that Niagara Health does not have a formal physician recruitment program. It does not have a formal onboarding process. It has not planned its own training programs to upscale the skill of family physicians to qualify them to work in our urgent care centers or emergency departments. It has never reached out to Fort Erie to assist it with any physician recruitment initiatives or to seek additional funding from the province if needed. It also became apparent that Niagara Health delayed providing physicians with the ED and UCC schedules so that Niagara Health could try to populate shifts for July and August itself. Without providing physicians or the municipalities with the opportunity to assist in filling gaps in the schedule, Niagara Health simply decided to preemptively shutter the Fort Erie Urgent Care Center on Fridays during July and August, and the 2 long weekends during those months. The Port Colborne Urgent Care Center will be closed during Saturdays in July and August and the July long weekend. This is not acceptable to Fort Erie and its residents. It should not be acceptable to the province that funds Niagara Health. I've asked for clarification as to why the Fort Erie Urgent Care Center would be closed during the civic holiday weekend in view of the number of visitors that will be coming into our town on top of our sizably larger population during the summer and the distance between Fort Erie and the closest emergency departments. I've also requested that Niagara Health reconsider its proposed closures. I can tell you that the latest communication from Niagara Health, which came in this afternoon, was asking us, that is Mayor Steele and I, for our solutions or our suggestions as to how we could recruit more physicians. So I've called a media conference for Wednesday, June the 11th at 1 p.m. I will be joined by Mayor Steele. We will address, and MPP Wayne Gates. We will address the future of our urgent care centers and healthcare in our communities in Niagara at that time. And, you know, 2 things. Number one, I've been on this file since 1998. And I have to say that I know some of you have lived in this community that long. And I have to say that I've never had anywhere near the frustration that I've had in dealing with the systematic removal of services, hospital services from this community over that 25, 26-year period of time. This is the only topic, most of you know that I was a lawyer and that I did a lot of trial work. This is the only topic in my entire life where I've become unable to speak. I've become so angry at times at the way this community is treated by people who don't live here, have no investment here, have not helped to build this community, and for all intents and purposes, I'm sorry to say this, don't give a rat's ass about Fort Erie. Anyways, So I shouldn't have said that, that's pretty vulgar, but if anybody wants to know what I'm thinking, just ask me. Okay. Any declarations of pecuniary interest? And I do know that a couple of councillors want to add some comments later on, and that will be later during our agenda about this particular urgent care topic. We have a notice of an upcoming public meeting and open house with respect to Hibbert Street property, and that is on Thursday, June 12th, 2025, at 5 p.m. here in the Town Hall atrium. And as I mentioned before, we have a public meeting scheduled for June the 23rd, a zoning bylaw amendment for 745 Dominion Road. Public meetings, we have a zoning bylaw amendment with respect to 4924 Shirkston Road. That is this evening. We have one with respect to our official plan. The process for a public meeting involves a member of staff providing background information to the council. Then council can ask any questions that they may have at that time. Then in the case of the Shirkston Road application, we will ask the owner or the owner's agent if they wish to address council. They are then subject to any questioning by council. Thereafter, we'll ask if there's anyone other than the owner or the owner's agent who wishes to address council with respect to the application in support. And then we'll ask if there's anyone who wishes to speak in opposition or ask questions of members of council. Throughout that process, I'll be asking Mr. Patton whether there's anyone in the digital waiting room who wishes to address council. And when we're finished all of that, I will ask the clerk if we've received any further communications regarding the application. At that point, we will likely declare that public meeting closed and then move to the staff report regarding the application. So we're going to start then with the zoning bylaw amendment application for 4924 Shirkston Road, and Daryl Vanderveen is the staff member who will be providing background information to council. Good evening, Mr. Vanderveen.
Good evening, Your Worship. Council, staff, and members of the public, both here in person and who may be watching online. I'm just going to get set up here. So the purpose of this public meeting is to provide information and a recommendation to council regarding a proposed zoning bylaw amendment for 4924 Shirkston Road. The owners of that property are John Day and Barbara Day. The applicant is Mark Fairman of 1000970-828 Ontario, Inc. And the agent is Carol Mroziak of Lenthier and Gilmore Surveying. The applicant is requesting a zoning bylaw amendment for the subject lands to facilitate the severance of a residence surplus to an agricultural operation on the subject lands. This application is proposing to rezone Part 1 on the application sketch to a site-specific agricultural A zone that will permit reduced lot frontage and reduced lot area. Part 1 will contain the surplus farm dwelling. The agricultural A zone portion of Part 2 is proposed to be rezoned to a site-specific agricultural A zone that will preclude the use of Part 2 for future residential uses in perpetuity. This is commonly known as agriculture purposes only APO zoning and is intended to ensure that the remnant lands on Part 2 continue to be used for agricultural purposes over the long term. The portions of the subject lands that are zoned EC overlay zone and environmental protection EP zone will remain unchanged. Notification of the June 9th, 2025 public meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act by placing a public notice sign on the subject property on May 16, 2025. In addition, all property owners within 120 meters were mailed a notice of complete application and public meeting on May 15, 2025. This slide shows a timeline of the development application process. Pre-consultation for this application was originally held on July 11, 2024. On April 10th, 2025, staff deemed the application complete. Public information open house was held at Town Hall in the atrium on May 14, 2025. And this evening is the statutory public meeting, as well as a staff information and recommendation report. In accordance with Bill 109, the proposed zoning bylaw amendment application is subject to a 90-day processing and review timeline. The clock starts the date the application was deemed complete, which was April 10th, 2025, and will stop the day when council makes a decision on the application. Today marks day 60 of the 90-day time frame. The deadline for a decision on this application is July 9th, 2025. This is an aerial photograph of the subject lands as well as the surrounding area. The subject lands are located outside the urban boundary in an agricultural area of the town of Fort Erie. The parcel is east of the municipal boundary with the city of Port Colborne and north and west of the Crystal Beach neighborhood. The site is approximately 28.71 hectares in area and is a through lot with multiple frontages. The following summarizes the land uses surrounding the subject property. To the north, an untraveled town-owned road allowance, vacant lands, woodlands, a single detached dwelling, the town's Fort Erie Friendship Trail, and agricultural land. To the south, Shirkston Road, single detached dwellings and agricultural land. To the east, Point Abano Road North, single detached dwellings, woodlands, and agricultural land. To the west, vacant agricultural land, woodlands, and a single detached dwelling. This consent sketch illustrates the proposed lot configuration. The existing residence surplus to an agricultural operation is to be severed onto a separate parcel that is 0.62s in area. That's indicated as Part 1. The remnant lands, which are Part 2, will continue its agricultural use and will be purchased by the applicant for the purposes of farm consolidation. The lot area of Part 2 is 28.09 hectares. The consent associated with this application, B48/24, was approved by the Town's Committee of Adjustment on December 19, 2024. Approval of this proposed zoning bylaw amendment is a condition of approval of the consent. The subject lands are designated agricultural in part, environmental conservation in part, and environmental protection in part in the town's official plan. It is noted that the lot intended for the surplus farm dwelling is located in the portion of the subject lands that is designated agricultural. The northern edge of the subject lands contains several natural heritage features, including provincially significant wetlands, significant natural area, in woodlot over 2 hectares. The PSW areas are under the regulation of the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. Schedule C1 of the town's official plan does not identify any natural hazards on the subject lands. There is an unclassified fish stream habitat on the northern edge of the subject lands as identified on Schedule C1 of the official plan. Planning staff note that all of these natural heritage features are located on Part 2 and are not impacted by the creation of the proposed lot associated with the zoning bylaw amendment. The Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority has confirmed that the proposal will not impact NPCA regulated areas or features and therefore has no objections. Schedule D of the official plan identifies the subject lands as being within an area of archaeological potential. Planning staff have not requested an archaeological assessment in this instance as the surplus farm dwelling already exists and no new development is proposed on Part 2. The subject lands are zoned agricultural A zone in part, and environmental conservation EC overlay zone in part, and environmental protection EP zone in part, in accordance with the town zoning bylaw. Similar to the official plan land use designations, the EC overlay zone and EP zone areas are located in the northern portion of the subject lands and will not be impacted. This zoning bylaw amendment application proposes to permit reduced lot frontage and lot area for Part 1 and to implement agriculture production only APO zoning on Part 2. So just to illustrate that in a little bit more detail. So Part 1, which is located on the bottom of the application sketch there, a proposed site-specific agricultural zone will be placed there with a zoning exception that permits reduced lot frontage from 180 meters to 100.46 meters, in addition to reduced lot area from 20 hectares to 0.62 hectares. The proposed lot frontage and lot area Part 1 is of sufficient size to accommodate the surplus residence, several accessory buildings to the residence, and the existing private septic system. Niagara Region conducted an inspection of the private septic system as part of the previous consent application and confirmed it is adequate and in good repair. So for part 2, that would be the remnant lands. Site-specific agricultural A zoning is proposed with a zoning exception, and that would contain a special provision to prohibit future residential uses in perpetuity on part 2. And again, that's agriculture production only, APO zoning. The proposed lot frontage and lot area of part 2 meet the minimum requirements of the agricultural A zoning. So an information open house meeting was held in person in the atrium of Town Hall on May 14th from 5 o'clock p.m. to 5:30 p.m. All property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands were notified of this open house via mail notice. That was mailed by staff on April 24th, 2025. The meeting was attended by the agent and town staff. No members of the public attended the information open house meeting. In addition, no concerns were raised by the public in email correspondence for this application to date. Now we have some site photos. This is looking towards the surplus residence, looking north from Shirkston Road. This is also looking north from Shirkston Road. You can see some of the accessory buildings there as well as some of the farmed area. This is looking west from Point Avenel Road north into part 2, which would be the agricultural lands. And this is another photo looking west from Point Avenel Road north into the subject lands. So for recommendations, planning staff recommend approval of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. The proposal represents good land use planning and meets the requirements of the Planning Act, is consistent with the provincial planning statement 2024, and conforms to the Niagara official plan and town official plan. This application will facilitate severance of a resident surplus to an agricultural operation, thereby allowing a Niagara-based farmer to consolidate agricultural land for farming purposes. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vanderveen. Do any members of council have any questions? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to Mr. Vanderveen. Thank you for your presentation. Currently, it's being farmed, right? Like the part 2 is currently being farmed?
Through Mayor Redekop, Councillor Noyes, yes, that is correct. And actually, the applicant who's looking to purchase part 2 is the one farming the lands.
That was my next question. Thank you.
Any others? Can you just go back to the photographs?
Sure.
Just want to make sure. Okay, so this is, you're standing on Shirkston Road there. And so you're looking south, correct?
Looking north.
You're looking north. Okay, and then, so this property goes north from Shirkston Road, up Point Avenel on the west side of Point Avenel Road.
Yes.
And the access to the farmland, once this severance is completed, would be off of Point Avenel Road?
That is correct. There's actually 2 sections, and when I drove by, there's a couple different culverts onto the lands, but there is road access from Point Avenel Road north.
Okay. And do you know, will the owner of the house that's to be severed continue to own the property, or is that for sale as well?
To my knowledge, their intent is to remain living there. You could maybe ask the agent to clarify that.
I don't think it's particularly important one way or the other. Okay, thank you. If there are no other questions by members of council, then we'll ask, thank you, Mr. Vanderveen.
Thank you.
We'll ask for the owner or the applicant to, or the applicant's agent, if there is one, to address council, if you wish. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Are you Carol Moroziak?
Yes, I am.
Please proceed.
This is just basically the farmers have been farming the land for many years. The days are getting older, and so to keep the land being farmland, the farmers have offered to purchase it, and then they keep their house for the family. So it's just the last thing we have to do.
Okay. Any members of council have any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone other than the applicant or the owner who wishes to speak in favor of the application at this time? Mr. Patton, is there anyone in the digital waiting room with respect to this matter?
Your Worship, there's nobody in the digital waiting room. This meeting made nobody contact us about the meeting, so.
Okay. So then, is there anyone in the chamber who wishes to address council on the matter or speak in opposition? And Mr. Patton, I'm going to presume that no one's entered the digital waiting room yet?
No, Your Worship.
Madam Clerk, have we received any correspondence since the report was published?
No further comments were received, Mayor Redekop.
Okay, then I'm going to declare this public meeting closed, and we're going to move to report PBS 42-2025. Can I have a mover for that? Councillor Lewis. Does anyone have any questions or comments with respect to the report or the recommendations contained therein? I just had one question, Ms. Dewari, and that relates to the in perpetuity. I understand that that's a condition that has to be imposed by the municipality. What if someone at some time in the future makes an application to change that?
Your Worship, if somebody makes an application, they would have to go through a zoning amendment, and at that time, we would not even entertain that application because this was for agricultural purposes only.
So the provincial policies would have to change in order for that to be even entertained?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? If not, all those in favor of the recommendation? None opposed, that is carried. So that takes us to our next public meeting, which relates to the official plan review. And this will be slightly different in the sense that the town is the applicant. So after the town's representatives and the consultant have provided us with background information, anybody may address council, and I'll try to do that in an orderly fashion. So please, if you want to speak, put up your hand. No yelling or heckling, please. So, Mr. Hare, are you doing this? You're going to represent, okay, you're going to have the consultant come forward and okay. So, I know your name is Robert and your last name is Rappold, correct. Good evening, Mr. Rappold.
Public who've joined us this evening for the statutory public meeting regarding the town's official plan review. My name is Rob Rappold. I'm with WSP Canada, who have been retained by the town to undertake the official plan review, and as I'll walk through in the presentation, we've been working collaboratively together as well as with the community agencies in the region to come forward with the draft official plan, which is the subject, obviously, of tonight's meeting. So today's public meeting, firstly, is required under the Planning Act, which is provincial legislation or law. So the town is required to have a statutory public meeting to provide an opportunity for council and members of the community to provide input and feedback to the project team. Secondly, and leading from that, that's why, of course, we're here, is to receive that input and feedback, excuse me, from members of the community and council. At which point the project team will take that feedback and input away and look to understand how updates to the draft may be required before we return and present the draft official plan for council's consideration for adoption. And lastly, on that note, it's for informational purposes only, tonight's meeting. We're not making any decisions with regards to the official plan. It's merely an opportunity and an important one to have conversation and dialogue with council and the community. A brief outline of my presentation this evening. I'll start by providing an overview of the project work plan and its current status. I'll then take some time to walk through specific aspects of the draft official plan, and then quickly touch on next steps. And as Your Worship mentioned at the outset, there'll be opportunity for discussion and for questions to be raised by council and members of the public. So briefly, in terms of why the town is undertaking an official plan review, firstly, the Planning Act or the province requires it to be undertaken every 10 years and 5 years thereafter. The last time a review of the official plan was undertaken in 2011, which is about 14 years ago, and so it's time to revisit the official plan and its policies through a review process. Of course, since 2011, there have been many changes that have impacted land use planning in Fort Erie, such as demographic changes in the policy environment, as we're likely all aware, in terms of the evolving provincial land use planning framework, and indeed the role of the region with regards to its planning authority and responsibilities, which it was dissolved of as of April 1st, 2025 this year. And lastly, based on all of that changing and evolving land use planning framework, the intent is to come forward with a new official plan for the town that will include updated policies and direction regarding growth management and ensuring that the town continues to be developed as a complete community to the year 2051. The project work plan has been organized into 3 phases. Phases 1 and 2 were completed as of this past winter in 2025. We've had an opportunity to meet with council at various stages throughout the work plan and indeed members of the community, most recently through a council workshop, which was held a couple of months ago. We're now into phase 3, which is to present the draft official plan, of course, for the purpose of tonight's meeting, followed by which we'll be looking to revisit with council in the future for consideration for adoption, and we're aiming to do that in summer of this year. The official plan review has been informed by broad consultation and participation from the community, from Indigenous communities, from council, and from agencies and those who have a heightened interest in the official plan review, including landowners and their consultant representatives. Some of the various activities that have been undertaken to inform the official plan review include a dedicated project webpage, a visioning workshop and survey, 5 planners in public spaces, which was an opportunity for staff to get out into the community and engage and have conversations at various points in time and through various different activities and events that were being held within the town. We've had 2 public open houses, the most recent of which was last Monday, which was the statutory public open house. That was an opportunity for members of the community to drop in, to have a presentation, to listen to a presentation that was delivered by myself, to review some display boards that contained information similar to what I'm presenting tonight, and to have conversations with the project team. We've also had Indigenous consultation, most recently with the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, who have expressed their interest in participating in the process, and we've had fruitful dialogue so far, and we'll continue to consult with Indigenous communities as requested. We've also had numerous meetings with different agencies and of course the region of Niagara with regards to technical consultation, principally involving the region's role as a service provider with regards to infrastructure, for example, as well as with the Conservation Authority. And as an opportunity to report back on some of this engagement and consultation that's been undertaken, we've produced 2 different reports, the Phase 1 and Phase 2 engagement summary, which offered an insight and a snapshot of the consultation activity and what we heard through that consultation activity. I'll now take some time to walk through some various components or aspects of the official plan. First, I thought it might help just to provide a general overview of the way in which the draft official plan is organized. There are a total of 6 or 7 different operative parts, parts A through G, including an introduction, a vision and guiding principles, growth management, land use designations, complete community implementation, and site-specific policy areas. There are also 2 appendix attached to the draft official plan, Appendix 1 and Appendix 2. Appendix 1 details various criteria that would need to be satisfied in order to make a submission for employment land conversion, and Appendix 2 is a list of required studies that the town may ask through development applications. And there are also a series of schedules, Schedules A to M, which show the way in which and where the policies of the official plan apply. I'll walk through each of those parts in a bit more detail in the following slides. Part A is a broad introduction to the official plan. It contains a land acknowledgement, provides context on Fort Erie and the history of the town, appreciating that not everyone who uses the town's official plan may be a member of the community. So this is an important opportunity to learn more about the town and potentially what's of interest and what's of importance to the town. There's also a section of policies called Purpose of this official plan. It really establishes what the role of the official plan is in managing growth and change to the year 2051. There's policies that provide direction on the organization official plan, and this is really just an opportunity to orient users of the official plan to how the document is organized and structured. And there's a policy, there are policies related to the interpretation of the official plan, which again, assist in orienting readers in how to read and how to use and how to interpret the official plan, such as that defined terms are bolded, for example. Part B includes vision and guiding principles. This was developed in close consultation with members of the community and council through our visioning workshop. We had very good participation and lots of very good input through that exercise, and this was a vision statement that was created as a joint effort between members of the project team, staff, as well as the community. And we've had general support for the vision statement and believe that it accurately represents the community's aspirations for how they envision the town to grow and evolve into a complete community with balanced interests to the year 2051. Supporting that broad aspirational vision statement are a number of supporting goals and objectives. So these are specific actionable items that, policies I should say, that support implementation of the more detailed policies of the official plan. They touch on a number of various matters that are of importance to the community, including housing, the natural environment, heritage and culture, the agricultural and rural communities and landscape, employment, jobs, as well as transportation and connectivity. Part C of the official plan is focused on growth management. So this is a strategy that will support the town in managing projected and forecasted population and employment growth to the year 2051. As noted in this slide, the town is projected to grow to just over 48,000 residents and 18,340 jobs to the year 2051. So there's a need to plan for an additional 15,230 residents between now and 2051, or about 508 new residents every year, or annually over the next 30 years. Needless to say, over the next 30 years, the town will require a greater range and mix of housing options and employment opportunities, and so the growth management strategy and the official plan as a whole is a strategic document in the sense that it will support the town in ensuring that those opportunities exist over the next 30 years. Also important to the growth management structure, the growth management section is the town structure. This is a new land use planning concept that's been introduced through the draft official plan. In straightforward terms, it provides direction on the organization of where and how growth will occur within the town. Important considerations that I'll highlight on the next slide include the distinction or the identification of settlement areas and rural settlement areas, the countryside, which principally includes the agricultural and rural landscapes and communities, the natural environment system, which is comprised of natural heritage system and natural heritage features, a conceptual transit corridor along the Garrison Road, which the town will continue to coordinate with the region on over the longer term, as well as direction regarding the Niagara to Greater Toronto Area corridor. So the town structure is shown on Schedule A. As I've mentioned, the settlement areas are shown as sort of a salmon or light pink color. The Niagara Region corridor, of course, is in the northern portion of the town, touching the top end of Stevensville over to the QEW. And we've also identified a number of different strategic growth areas, or SGAs, and I'll speak to those on the next slide, and they form an important component of the draft growth management strategy. So strategic growth areas are another new term that have been introduced to the draft official plan. They identify areas within the town that have been identified with town staff as opportunities for a concentration and mix of land uses in a range of housing, employment, and everyday amenities. They are intended to accommodate development, redevelopment, and intensification over the long term, ultimately building into a compact, complete, and walkable communities. The areas, strategic growth areas, are also areas within the town where, in consultation with the region, and there's ongoing discussions in this regard, but where either existing or planned full municipal servicing is available to support that growth, and where there's sufficient planned or existing transportation network, including, for example, the long-term vision or intent of a transit corridor along Garrison Road. And the strategic growth areas also offer additional opportunities for the town to support implementation of the growth management strategy by making efficient use of land in an existing built-up area, as well as identifying areas where specific growth management tools may be used. And I'll speak to one of those tools specifically shortly. The next aspect of the growth management strategy is a focus on built form. This really contemplates focus on scale, massing, setbacks, and design, all relative to surrounding land use context. So this is an opportunity to shift away from thinking about density, more to the look, feel, character, and how we experience the built form. It's principally in the draft official plan based on height and road classification, as the table under policy C52 and on the right-hand side of this slide shows. And a quick note in terms of interpretation and relationship with the secondary plans, the built form policies are proposed to take precedence over all other secondary plans, except for the Crystal Beach secondary plan, recognizing that that particular plan was more recently adopted by council and is a relatively new plan within the town. One of those tools that I alluded to previously with regards to growth management is Community Planning Permit System, or CPPS for short. The CPPS is an additional tool that's afforded to the town by the province through the Planning Act. It's an implementation tool that can combine various types of development applications into a single application, and they've been demonstrated, CPPS has been demonstrated as an opportunity to streamline development applications while still having due regard for community and public interest with regards to planning outcome. It's used by several municipalities throughout Ontario, and there's growing interest in viewing and appreciating CPPS as an opportunity to manage growth and bring more housing, for example, and jobs to the community quicker. In the blue bubble are just some brief notes on why CPPS is being highlighted and the role that the official plan has with regards to CPPS. And the key takeaway is that there must be enabling policies within the official plan in order for council to consider adopting a CPPS bylaw in the future if it so chooses to do so. Part D of the official plan establishes detailed policy regarding specific land use designations. These are shown on Schedule B. They are largely organized around the town structure as I presented in the previous slides and as shown on Schedule A. The land use designations provide specific direction in terms of accommodating growth and redevelopment, including mixed use development, so for example within the strategic growth areas, providing housing opportunities in residential community areas, so encouraging more housing options throughout the community, permitting commercial, employment, and institutional uses that have a key role in providing everyday amenities to the community, protecting farmland and permitting agricultural supportive uses so that the agricultural landscape can remain viable over the long term and are protected from incompatible land uses. The natural environment system to conserve, protect, and enhance the town's important natural heritage features and natural heritage system. And lastly, to provide parkland and open spaces for the long-term and future enjoyment of residents and visitors to the town. Schedule B is obviously quite detailed as it shows all of these various land use designations on a property by property or parcel by parcel basis. But I think this provides an important sort of overview of how lands are designated within the town, just for reference purposes. One other highlight from the land use designations specifically is the natural environment system, and we've offered to highlight this through our presentation given the level of effort and work that WSP and town staff have made to update the environmental policies of the official plan given recent or more current provincial direction from the provincial planning statement, for example, but also recognizing that a number of more contemporary and best practices have evolved since the environmental policies were last reviewed and updated. The natural environment system is shown on Schedules C and D of the official plan. As I've alluded to, it involved consultation with environmental planners from the town, the Conservation Authority, as well as the region. It's comprised of different and various natural features that in totality comprise the natural environment system, including woodlands, wetlands, and dunes, for example. And fundamentally, the natural environment system aims to protect the natural environment system and its features through conservation, enhancement, and restoration. Importantly, too, given that the natural environment system is also obviously located on agricultural and farming lands, a note that nothing with regards to the policies of the natural environment system would prohibit or otherwise hinder normal farm practices from continuing to occur on farmland. So Schedule C, as you can see, provides an overview of the natural environment system in its totality as it's mapped within the town. And I don't have it on the slide, but on Schedule D, the distinct features that I mentioned on the previous slide are also shown. Part E, town-wide policies, provide further, more detailed direction regarding achieving some of the goals and objectives of the official plan to support the vision. So, for example, with regards to housing, encouraging a range of housing options to evolve and be developed within the town, including affordable housing options and additional needs housing. Regulating short-term rental accommodations, recognizing the recent planning process that council went through with regards to regulating short-term accommodations and short-term rentals, and also new policies regarding additional residential units, which the province requires the town to include in the official plan. Employment, recognizing that planning for future job growth and ensuring that everyone has sufficient access to jobs and employment over the long term. This is an important section with regards to aligning land use planning with economic development strategies. So for example, identifying areas within the town that may be contemplated for future employment uses and future employment growth. Planning to ensure that those areas have the necessary infrastructure and services so that employments and businesses within those areas can be located and have access to full municipal servicing so that they aren't hindered in terms of their operations. Updated minimum density targets for the employment areas, so as the town plans for future employment growth and is in receipt of development applications, ensuring that the types of applications that are being brought forward and proposed to the town will result in the right number of jobs to ensure that over time they're meeting those long-term employment forecasts. And lastly, ensuring land use compatibility to prevent the encroachment of non-compatible uses such as residential uses in close proximity to employment areas that may have the potential to adversely impact normal operation of employment uses or, for example, heavy industrial uses. Climate change, recognizing that we are in a world of changing climate and there's a direct relationship between land use planning and the ability to mitigate and adapt to climate change, principally through contemplating a compact built form, active transportation, and energy efficient design through development. Recognizing that the town has a remarkable tree canopy, and we've heard very clearly from staff how that is much appreciated by the community, and there is policy within the official plan that recognizes that and again aims to enhance and protect that tree canopy. Recognizing that water quality and quantity can be adversely impacted by climate change, and so there's opportunities to mitigate adverse impacts to those resources, including, for example, through energy conservation, and encourage the development of energy supply related infrastructure facilities to accommodate current and projected needs. Cultural heritage, the town is afforded great assets with regards to cultural heritage, and there's lots of obviously important history both for the town and Canada, frankly, that are located within Fort Erie, and we've been working very closely with staff and the committee to draft these policies. Important updates include establishing a municipal heritage registrar, which could be contemplated by council at a future time, which would include an inventory of all properties that are significant cultural heritage value or interest. Identifying requirements for heritage impact assessment when there may be a development that impacts an identified heritage resource within the town, and updated policies to identify and protect archaeological resources, including new archaeological mapping. Additional townwide policies touch on the important role of agriculture and ways in which land use planning can support the agricultural community, which I've touched upon previously in my presentation. Community design to set some expectations of the town with regards to future development being harmonious and complementing the existing built form, especially when development is proposed in areas that, for example, may have cultural heritage value to the community. Guidance with regards to open space and parkland, in particular with regards to the town's recent endorsement of the Parks and Open Space Master Plan. Guidance regarding transportation and mobility to ensure that there's sufficient transportation network and mobility options, including active transportation as the town continues to grow. Infrastructure and servicing, principally informed through consultation with the region to ensure that there's close coordination with between the town and the region with regards to long-term asset management and infrastructure planning. And lastly, community and public service facilities to ensure, again, that residents of the town have access to those important services and facilities from a complete community perspective, and protection from development being located in proximity to natural human-made hazards. Part F implementation provides direction in terms of the various tools that are afforded to the town to implement the policies of the official plan. As well as direction regarding certain things like duty to consult with Indigenous communities and guidance on public participation in public meetings. In addition to that, there are also criteria with regards to settlement area boundary expansions. So if an applicant comes forward looking to expand the settlement area boundary, there are certain criteria and expectations that the town has established that must be satisfied before that application may be considered. As I've mentioned previously, various implementation tools, including CPPS or Community Planning Permit System, complete application requirements to ensure that the expectations of the town are communicated to applicants who come forward with a development application, guidance on monitoring, reviewing, and updating the official plan so that future review of the official plan can be informed by certain indicators, for example, and lastly, interpretation and glossary of defined terms. With regards to next steps, as I've mentioned at the outset, we are here this evening to receive public comments and feedback. We've had several written submissions that have been submitted by the community and representatives that staff are in receipt of. We'll be taking all of this input and feedback into consideration as we look to review the draft official plan as it's before you this evening, before returning to you for consideration for council adoption, which again we're targeting for summer 2025, at which point in time we will, submit it to the province for approval as the planning authority. So thank you very much for your time this evening. Of course, I'm here to answer questions and provide any clarification that I can.
Thank you, Mr. Rappold. So before you go, are there any members of council have any questions? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor. Redekop, in regards to, can you go to part E, townwide policy? No, E.
Oh, E, sorry, I misheard you. My apologies. Was there a specific?
There was a map that you had.
Okay.
That one. That one.
Okay.
Okay. Could you comment on, okay, if you look at the lower picture, and you see that, I think it's called the east-west corridor.
Yes, the Niagara to Toronto corridor.
Comment on that?
Yes, I can. Through you, Your Worship. As you are aware, the province has been undertaking environmental assessment for some time to identify a potential future corridor which would traverse the Niagara Peninsula. Through discussions with the Ministry of Transportation, there was an opportunity to receive some feedback from the community through the official plan review process to, I think, communicate the community's preference with regards to a future alignment of that corridor. And so what is shown on this map in the purple hatching is the broad study area that the province has looked at as a whole. And then within that corridor is a yellow overlay, which is located outside of the north part of Stevensville where there's an employment area. That has been identified, that yellow area has been identified as the preferred corridor or study area from the community. So this is a way of communicating for future planning purposes what the community's preference is with regards to the alignment of that corridor.
Thank you for that. One other question, it wasn't what you presented today, but it's in your report. You talked about dune protection under heritage, natural heritage features. And just a little bit about the dune protection. You talked about 30 meters minimum buffer with outside of the settlement area and a minimum when it's within. So if we approve this plan, which includes the dune protection area, how likely is this to have, I don't know the other word using it, teeth, to prevent anybody from, going within the 30 meters?
So through Your Worship, in response to Councillor Noyes' question, the policies in the draft official plan, if in the future were adopted as is by council, would establish the expectations and the minimum criteria of the town with regards to protection of those dunes. There is an opportunity through the policy of the official plan and through the development application process to undertake more focused or site-specific study through an environmental impact study, for example, that may identify an opportunity for development to be located closer to the dunes, but what's put forward in those policies is based on best practice. And I'm not an ecologist, but through my understanding of working with environmental planners at the town and within WSP, that is what's recommended as best practice, is that 30-meter buffer.
Okay, thank you for that.
Any other members of council? So When you spoke about the vision and you referred to this as a walkable community, that's one that will presume that we'll be doing sidewalk and trail connections where they don't currently exist to match up with, draw the link between two that exist in isolation?
Correct. I think there's an overall intent of the policy of the official plan with regards to being walkable or more broadly accessible to a broad ranges of ages and abilities in terms of building out the overall active transportation system, which could include trails or bicycle lanes, sidewalks, for example, as well as having a more compact community and neighborhood so that there's a range of amenities, everyday amenities that are available to people so they can reduce on a reliance of automobiles, for example.
You also had a slide that made reference to the potential housing mix going forward. There were so many singles.
Yep.
So many
I can backtrack on
townhouses,
that.
so many.
Yep. Oops, sorry. There you are. Yep.
Right there. So, and I believe these numbers are contained in the official plan.
They are, that's correct.
So if these numbers find their way eventually to be part of the final official plan, does that establish a roadmap for developers? Does it provide a justification for developers as to why they think we need more townhouses and we're beginning to think we don't?
I think it establishes some expectations that have been identified based on the forecasting that was done at the time that this official plan was developed, recognizing that over time, these numbers could change based on different macro factors, for example. I don't necessarily think that there's a clear expectation for applications to demonstrate that they're ultimately going to meet these targets over time. But these are the numbers that were prepared by our land economists and are deemed to be what can be expected within the town over the next 30 years or so.
Let me circle around and attack this from a different direction. If this is the chart that appears in our official plan, our final official plan, this would provide for a developer a justification to say, well, you need 2,700 townhomes. You've only got 1,800 now, so I should be allowed to put up townhouses, and they've got the strength of our official plan to back that. Is that fair?
I think that there could be an opportunity for an applicant to come forward and point to this table to say there is a demonstrated forecast that's in the official plan that indicates a long-term need. I think each application would need to be evaluated on a case-by-case basis, and there's other policies in the official plan that provide direction as to where townhouses, for example, and that type of dwelling typology might be appropriate. But this could, to answer your question, this could be one opportunity that could be pointed to, one policy, sorry.
So if the council was thinking that we need more apartment units and fewer townhouse units, we should be seeking an amendment to the official plan, the draft official plan, so it reflects that.
We would have to, given that these numbers were undertaken by land economists and gone through a technical exercise to forecast what is projected within the town, we'd have to take that away with our sub-consultant to discuss updating these numbers at this point in time.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like the projection overrides the vision. The projection of people who are telling us this is how many units you should have, if this is how many units you need to create within a defined time period, that overrides, does it, the vision of council for how this community should grow?
I think that there needs to be a balance between ensuring there's a range and mix of housing options with ensuring that the vision of council is communicated through the official plan and the vision of the community as well. What these numbers do is establish a forecast and what may be anticipated over the long term, but again, that needs to be balanced with the rest of the policies of the official plan.
I'm going to move on, but the final question on this is, this becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, does it not?
I honestly don't believe that is the case, no.
Okay, and that's great, just that we're the ones who are responsible for determining whether it does become a self-fulfilling prophecy. With respect to the road classifications, you indicated that there are 3 road classifications.
Yep, I can.
And I think they were
Bear with me for one moment, sorry. There we go. Okay.
Local collector arterial. And is that what we have now in our official plan?
No, this is, these built form policies are a new framework that's been introduced through the draft official plan, but those road classifications, are what's identified currently by the town.
Okay, I know that Councillor Christensen is going to probably be addressing this later on, so I'll move off of this, and I'll go to the next point that I had, and that had to do with the interface between farming and the natural environment
Yes.
systems. And sounds like, and you can confirm this, farming trumps the natural environment.
There's a explicit policy in the natural environment system that recognizes that the continuation of normal farm practices is a permitted use within the natural environment system.
And then my final question, and I'll hand this off. Is farmland farmland that's being utilized right now within the urban boundary, within the current urban boundary, is that protected as farmland, or can it be developed?
If I'm understanding the question correctly, there's nothing that would restrict the continuation of existing farm practices where they occur within the settlement area boundary.
Sorry for the way I worded that. The draft policy official plan says that farmland will be protected.
Right.
If there's farmland within the urban area boundary, is it protected, and if so, what are the protections?
Correct. So whether or not agriculture is located within a settlement area or in the countryside outside the settlement area, it's afforded the same policy direction through the official plan. There may be opportunity through future planning studies, and those are identified as designated growth areas where there's currently existing farmland and agricultural activities. That would be those lands would be further reviewed and assessed through a future planning exercise. So a good example would be the employment lands adjacent to the QEW.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other members of council? Councillor Noyes?
Thank you. Just going on that last question, in regards to farmland, if it's currently being used as farmland, but it's zoned, let's say, commercial or something else, this official plan wouldn't change that. It wouldn't necessitate the need to continue with the farming practice.
Through your worship, in response to Councillor Noyes, no, the official plan is not contemplating restricting or frustrating any existing farming practices, regardless of the designation at this point in time.
I think I'm looking at it the other way around, where there is a current farm, there's an
Right.
existing farm, but the rezoning has made it commercial. If they want to sell, the first 300 meters or whatever is now zoned commercial. But they don't want to do commercial right now. They want to just keep up the farming practice, but that wouldn't preclude them from, if they change their mind to sell the property, let's say the 300 meters, that's zone commercial, to sell it commercial. This wouldn't preclude that, from doing that.
I don't, I have to think about that for a moment just to follow the question. If someone was using their property for a commercial use, but it was designated agriculture, that would be considered a non-conforming use. So under the official plan, there are policies around managing that, and if they were looking to sell that land that's designated commercial as farmland, that's not necessarily a permitted use under the official plan, so would not necessarily be recognized as permitted by the official plan.
I'm actually going the other way.
Okay, sorry, I'm obviously need another coffee this evening.
Yes, actually, on Stevensville Road, there's commercial, there's a farm, didn't want to be commercial, wanted to maintain the agricultural status. And they are allowed, because of pre-existing, to continue their agricultural practice.
Right.
But there's I can't remember how far it went, but they wanted to zone, that the town wanted to zone it commercial, the first 300 meters or whatever. Not the entire parcel, but just maybe not 200 meters or whatever, they wanted to zone it commercial for the length of the property.
Sure. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that exact example, Aaron. Do you have any context on that?
I think that'd be something we need more information on to look into.
Yeah, that's something that you can look into.
Okay, so so that's fine. And one other question in regards, going back to the mayor's question about the 15,230 new.
Sure.
New people, can you go back to that slide?
Yeah,
Was
yes,
it
of course
B?
I can.
can't remember, I didn't write it down.
Nope, no problem. Oh, no, that was the dwelling forecast. Sorry, bear with me for one moment
Yeah,
here.
I think you just, there.
Oh, this one, okay, yep.
There's no numbers. But anyway, when the experts looked at all this, did they also take into consideration that, like Stevensville and Black Creek are separate here?
Right.
And like there's like 5 different communities that don't necessarily join each other. Did they kind of look at that in regards to, I can't see that, let's say, okay, there's 6 wards, that, there's going to be 500
Right.
row houses, and there's going to be 100 apartment buildings, because those particular areas wouldn't be able to sustain that.
Through your worship. These are town-wide forecasts, so I am not entirely certain if they looked at it by a community basis or ward by ward basis, for example, but I'm certainly happy to take that away and confirm for you.
Thank you.
Any other, Councillor Christensen?
Yes.
Could you go back to the local collector and arterial road?
Yes, I can.
Now, as I understand it, you mentioned that the definitions, the road classification is existing.
Correct.
Was consideration given in looking at these numbers to the actual fabric of the various neighborhoods across Fort Erie at this point? I have some specific issues in mind, so.
Through your worship. Yes, in consultation with staff, we did undertake a more granular exercise to understand existing parcel fabrics and properties adjacent to these various road classifications, and looked at some various scenarios in terms of how they may be implemented. If there's a specific example or something that you have in mind.
I have a couple, yes.
Okay.
First is the street I live on, which
Okay.
happens to be in Crystal Beach Ward, Brunswick Avenue. It's 800 meters, runs from Prospect Point to Ridgeway Road.
Okay.
It's designated as a collector road. And between Ridge Road and Prospect Point, it's 300 meters. It's largely cottages for
Right.
the most part. As a collector road, we're looking at up to 6 stories. It would be a very significant shift in the nature of the community to consider anything like that. That's one. The other is Nye Road. We've recently, and part of Nye Road is again in Ward 4, the south side. And the rest is in Ward 5. It is a collector road, currently home, with one exception of an approved plan of subdivision recently, which I have a problem with. But it's a very narrow road.
Right.
And I guess that's my issue. Collector road, and I in many areas in this town, and those two are specific, collector roads are very narrow. They mostly don't have sidewalks. They would require immense and very expensive reconstruction, and it would significantly, permanently change the entire nature of the neighborhoods. As I have mentioned more than once, I am not opposed to development. I fully support the official plan. I do have significant concerns about some of the definitions that I think are problematic. They predate. They probably go back to the current official plan.
Councillor
but
Christensen, I hate to cut you off, but is there a question in here?
Yes, would you be prepared to look at some of those critical concerns and issues?
Absolutely, yeah. If you wouldn't mind passing those along to town staff, we certainly will take a look at that. If I may, just one additional policy context, I think that is relevant. In addition to interpretation of policy C52, which establishes the maximum permitted heights, there is section E8, which provides direction on community design. So notwithstanding what the maximum permitted height might be, given policy C52, there is direction established through section E8 policies that require applications to have regard for matters such as transportation, harmonious design with the surrounding land use context and height transition, for example. So there may be other policies that direct on maximum permitted heights, for example, that need to be read in conjunction with this policy.
Thank you, and that leads me into another question. I'm quite concerned about the issue of urban design, and I would like to ask you, the concept of urban design is mentioned in urban design standards, is mentioned throughout the official plan. How rigorous, maybe that's not the word, what's the chance of urban design standards being adhered to ensure that there is a consistent, and I understand change happens, but where there is a contextual development that is compatible, that has tweaks rather than revolutions. So how rigorous is it?
Through your worship, municipalities across Ontario do use urban design guidelines to establish expectations with regards to built design and form. They are not a land use planning document that can be formally adopted or enacted by council. They are a guideline that set the expectations of council and of the community for landowners and applicants that come forward with development applications. I think they're appreciated as a guideline, and certainly they do support achieving certain built form design outcomes through the development application process. Did you want to speak to this, Edward? Yeah, okay.
Through your worship to Councillor Christensen, just wanted to add to that something that's really important to note is that the CPPS that we are looking at implementing is an area where we have more control over providing comments on urban design. A lot of those permissions and a lot of those rules were taken away from municipal planning staff, but within the CPPS, we have more control over commenting on urban design. So I think that's important to note as a reason to implement it.
Thank you. That's really helpful.
Agreed.
And if I may, Your Worship, one more question, which is also big picture. The mention or the protection of the waterfront, so another major issue and concern for me is the protection of the integrity of our waterfront in every way.
Right.
So I'd like to ask you just to give a fairly brief overview of the protections, and I'm looking at everything from shoreline to the dunes to the concept of erosion by individual applications pecking away at the integrity. Right. How can we maintain it, prevent that kind of an approach, a piecemeal approach, which I understand our planning processes lend themselves to? I want to limit it, please.
Right. Through your worship, we've worked very closely with the town's environmental planner to comprehensively, as I've mentioned, update the natural environment system policies, and there was specific attention made to the waterfront area and the Lake Erie shoreline with regards to matters such as dune protection, as has been raised tonight, matters of erosion, for example. There are also policies that have been proposed through the draft official plan that would further, I suppose, regulate future development within the waterfront area, which will, over the long term, contribute to further degradation or negative impact to the waterfront area. So as a broad overview, I would offer that. I'm happy to work with staff and provide a more detailed response.
Thank you.
Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and through you, just touching on what Councillor Christensen said about the road classifications. On the same slide here, and I did go through the draft OP and the report, and I think we're putting together something good here. But Just on the issue, Councillor Christensen raised the issue of collector roads. I'm a little more concerned about the definition of regional roads, because I see here that they're classified as arterial. Are we expecting, is the plan to designate all regional roads as an arterial road within our official plan, or are we going to break them down individually? And the reason I ask this question is, Phipps Street in the North End is a very good example of a regional road. It is residential.
Yeah.
And it does not make sense, in my opinion anyway, to have 8-story intensification on parts of Phipps Street. Same with parts of Gilmore Road, same with parts of Central Avenue. They are designated regional roads, but they do not meet the definition of an arterial. They're very much collector or neighborhood streets. So is the plan to kind of narrow this down a little more on how we look at regional roads, or are we looking at just a broad brush here?
Yeah, through your worship, in response to Councillor Dubanow, yeah, certainly we're happy to take that away and look at the road classification framework and the built form framework that's presented here on the slide, and I can work with staff to look at that in more detail in response to some of that feedback. One, I think, small clarification or thought might be that arterial and regional are actually two separate road classifications. They're not proposed to be combined by the official plan. So the arterial road classification is a distinct classification that's used by the town. Regional roads are just that. They're roads that are under the jurisdiction of the region.
And if I may, your worship, from reading the draft official plan, they were classified, treated the same way as arterial roads as far as the draft went. So if the intent is to envision it differently, I hope you go and take a look at that, because different regional roads in town. Thank you, your worship.
Excuse me, anyone else? So, Mr. Rappold, I take it then that you're still open to receive comments from council once we get through this, until staff decides to put forward their final report.
Of course.
And just on the road classification, just for clarity, you're going to be looking at this again. You're going to be looking at the definitions, I presume, and I think maybe what we're hearing is some concern about what's classified as a collector, or what's classified as arterial, and what that could mean.
Yeah.
You're aware of the Ontario Land Tribunal.
Yes.
So you know that the public can't appeal a lot of the decisions that we make now. Developers can. And you're familiar, I presume, with the fact that a lot of times when matters get to the Ontario Land Tribunal, they provide a favorable interpretation to the developer of our own planning documents. I presume you're familiar with that?
I know that there's a process through which landowners can appeal the official plan.
Hence the concern that some of us have about what will eventually be in our final official plan. Because you may not be aware, but or maybe you are aware, that we've had an experience where our own planning documents turn out to be an impediment for us to fulfill a vision that we see for the growth of the community. I just had a couple of other questions.
Sure.
If I might. In terms of the cultural heritage of the community, I would presume that the information contained in this official plan relating to the history of the community is important, because it provides a context. Is that correct?
Correct.
So then there could be some additional information included in the draft plan?
And in fact, we have a meeting with the committee on Wednesday to discuss some feedback that we've received that only just recently was made available to the project team to get further clarity from them on their expectations.
I noticed that the part that dealt with how the current town came into existence kind of leaped over about a century of how this all came
Sure.
to be. And in terms of the strategic growth areas that are designated in this plan, there's one in particular that's in Ridgeway, and it includes the east side of Prospect Point Road, north of Dominion. That seems a curious place to be looking for strategic growth or intensification. Any comment on that?
I think I can work with staff to look at that particular area more closely.
I also noticed that the Niagara Boulevard, at what we call the south end of Fort Erie,
Right.
between the Peace Bridge and the restaurants down there, is designated as a strategic growth area. And plans are that in the future there could be as many as 1,100 plus housing units. You're familiar with the archaeological impediments that exist there.
Yeah.
Is it wise to be including that type of area as a strategic growth area? Or is there, I'm sure there's a rationale for that being included.
There's opportunities through the policy to look more closely at archaeological assessment as applications come in, recognizing that that is an area identified as having archaeological resources. I can certainly work with staff to look at that strategic growth area more closely.
And the mapping that appears throughout, particularly as it relates to the natural environment system, how accurate is that mapping at this stage?
We've worked very closely with staff to refine that mapping. It's in part based on the current official plan, input from the region, provincial mapping, as well as a review that staff have undertaken to identify site-specific areas that have been recognized for their environmental importance. So it's a combination of different inputs.
Does that include the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority as well, their mapping?
Correct, yeah. We've worked very closely with the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority on the natural environment system policies and framework as a whole, and we've received correspondence from them in that regard.
Okay, and then I'll ask staff this question. And then how do we ensure that the natural environment system in its various aspects, and I'm talking then about tree canopy, which you've referenced, wetlands, wildlife habitat, not only the trees but also the undergrowth, which provides valuable wildlife habitat, and wildlife corridors. How do we ensure that the OP, the official plan, accomplishes what we hope to accomplish in terms of protecting all of that, which is one of the objectives that you've identified?
Would you like me to answer that, or?
Or if staff wants to, that's fine too. Or you can all.
Can all try.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm happy to jump into it.
Through your worship, I believe that the natural environment policies that we've included in the draft official plan are more robust than the current version of the official plan. As Mr. Wilpott has stated, we've done a very detailed exercise to look at some of the parcels on a very site-specific basis to expand the environmental protection areas. And we've included policies that speak to the buffers that are required to protect those areas. So our environmental planning staff, as well as the environmental consultants, are pretty satisfied that we've come up with something that's even stronger as far as protecting the natural environment.
Okay, that's great. Yeah. Thank you very much. So no other councillors have any questions, and I think what I'll do is if staff doesn't have any further comments to make, we're going to open this up to the public to provide us with some information, and then we'll eventually get to the report, and then there may be some further questions. Sure. So don't go away, Mr. Report.
Not going anywhere. Thank you.
Okay, so this is the opportunity for the public. So yes, sir, if you would come forward. As you come forward, I'm going to ask everyone to provide us with your name and address so that we can put that on the record. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you very much. My name is Kevin Eby. I'm actually a planning consultant out of Waterloo. I'm here representing 4407 Erie Road Holding LLC, and I'm here to speak to the site-specific policies G36.
What's your address, Mr. Eby?
I am certain that nobody has a clue who I am, so just really briefly, if I could provide.
Do you have an address?
Oh, you want my address in Waterloo? 69 Dunbar Road South, Waterloo, N2L 2E2.
Thank you. We may know you. You may be more modest than you think.
Oh, I'm not. I spent 15 years as the Director of Community Planning at the Region of Waterloo, and I've been involved in a number of developments since. I have extensive experience in housing, environmental, hydrologic, and hydrogeologic policy development and implementation. I also have extensive knowledge of the waterfront area because I was an expert witness in the recent OLT hearing there. And I've provided written comments, which hopefully you've received them. They generally support the policy in G36, subject to one change, which I'll speak to in a quick second. To provide a really quick context, the Fort Erie waterfront area is essentially, at least the western portion of it, cottage country that was brought into the urban area in the 1960s, and it was likely brought in like other areas along the Great Lakes because the high water table likely meant that the septic systems failed. As noted in the G.36 policies, there have been no studies that have really directed development of this area, and there are no studies now to direct development, redevelopment, or infill of this area. The other thing that the policies specifically speak to is the fact that these lands are not required to accommodate the forecasted growth. Just to give you a sense of the area really quickly, the Fort Erie waterfront area is a unique area with many of the buildings exhibiting what was described at the board hearing as cottage characteristic architecture. It's the subject of 6 different environmental designations within or directly contiguous to the areas. There are also endangered and threatened species that have been identified in the area. From a hydrologic and hydrogeologic perspective, there are 3 separate designations applicable in this area. It is significant aquifer, it's significant recharge area. Essentially, with the environment and the hydrologic and hydrogeologic components, this functions as an environmental landscape and really needs to be addressed as one issue. The forms and the features and functions interrelate in this area probably as much as any location that I've seen in my career. The other pressure that exists already within the area is the subject, the potential addition of up to 2 additional residential units per lot. That's a good policy, in my opinion, but I put it forward just simply because this area is not being shut down from development. There is development of that nature that's as of right that can occur. But beyond that, the future development of this area, given its complexity, really needs to be supported by a comprehensive study, preferably undertaken by the municipality. That's provided for in G36 in the add-on paragraph at the end. It's not clear from other policy in G36 that a one-off development could not come in and do a series of studies. That is just a recipe for disaster, being perfectly honest, in a highly sensitive area like this. To just kind of wrap up, the area is it's too complex to leave to one-off studies. This is an area that needs to be looked at comprehensively, and I really hope that as you're looking at the official plan that you take a look at making the changes necessary for that to occur. And Your Worship, if I can throw in one gratuitous comment on the previous presentation, I would be very hesitant to put your forecasts in the housing forecasts in your policy. I'm also a professional land economist in addition to being a registered professional planner, and the Planning Act requirement for the official plan is a conformity test, and it does absolutely, if it's incorporated into your official plan, it has the potential to restrict your ability to change development. And besides that, in all my years' experience, the one thing I can guarantee about forecasts, they will always be wrong. There is no way that professional land economists can predict the type of housing that's going to be needed in this community in 30 years. So having the background document as guidance, that's fine there, but do not put it in your official plan. And my apologies to the consultants for saying that, but I think that's good advice for council. Thank you very much. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eby. Any members of council have any questions? Thank you for the advice on all that. So just for clarification, if we do the hydrogeological study that you're talking about, what does that accomplish for us? I mean, we're not intent on permitting any development in that area.
And I think that my read of the policy framework is that it's restricting development, significant restrictions on development. But you're leaving a loophole in the one policy where it states that it's anticipated that lots of studies will be done, but it doesn't say they'll be comprehensive and deal with the entire area. And the area, especially the water flows within that area, are really complex. You've got plugged drains, you've got municipal drains, you've got privately owned drains, you've got wetlands that are getting bigger and bigger every year because of blockages. You've got wetland species that are starting to creep out of areas that, into areas that weren't designated wetland not that long ago. So it really is, I read the policy as an intent to really restrict development, but you're leaving that one little gap open. And I'd really recommend you close it. If in the future you decide that land should be brought into development, then do the study and do it properly. And that'll give you the right answers, as opposed to dealing with applicants who come in with studies that your staff will have to review and don't necessarily match with the study that was submitted by the neighbor 2 down 2 years ago. It's just a recipe for disaster doing that. So a comprehensive one is the way to go, no question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eby. Appreciate your comments.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Reverend Bill. Good evening.
Good evening. So Reverend William Thomas, 4065 Village Creek Drive in Stevensville, which also is part of Fort Erie. Okay, so a few things, just picking up on what was just said, and I mentioned this to the last council meeting as well, and that's the importance of, so the document says that it's going to start, like it starts with the land acknowledgement, as a council meeting starts with a land acknowledgement, but then I'm wondering how the land acknowledgement makes its way into the rest of the document. So it's one thing to say, to give the land acknowledgement and to say that this is something that we're holding before us, but if it's just words on the page, then it has very little meaning. If it's only words that are spoken at the beginning of the council meeting, it has very little meaning unless it actually becomes integrated into what we do and how we plan to move forward. So, and I understand, I applaud the engagement with First Nations communities. I think that's really important, but I don't think that we leave the land acknowledgement work up to First Nations communities. I think that we have to take responsibility for that and integrate that into our thought processes as well as the thought processes we expect from outside communities. The second thing is, to your worship's comment, I would hope that the official plan would not override the will and vision of council. I know that that there are a lot of places where it does get overridden. But then I would ask the question, does the official plan have to include those housing type numbers? It was just brought up by the last speaker. I think that if they have to be, then my question would be, do those numbers then handcuff council to, because it says there have to be 600 apartment units, and someone comes forward, do you have to approve those apartment units? Or what if you hit 600, then do you say, well, we've already met our quota of apartments, even though you recognize that there is more need? So I mean, I think like that was a big question for me. I'm wondering if the official plan, is it just sort of, just the facts, right? Or is it an inspirational and an aspirational document? So is it a document that is not necessarily confined by what is, but or what we see it could be, but visionary and imagining what the broad possibilities. So those would be the general pieces. Then I'm going to come down to part E of the document. The transit corridor, I appreciate the focus on Garrison Road, but I'm wondering, what about, how do people get to Garrison Road? Like, so if we're talking about a transit corridor down Garrison Road, like what do the feeder routes look like, so that people who live on Phipps or beyond, that they can get to Garrison Road to get onto that transit piece. And so I think like that's something that really needs to be looked at. The range of housing, I appreciated the different types, but I'm going to hold forward again the need for truly affordable, attainable housing, affordable rents, and really affordable rents, and affordable mortgages, and if we're talking about single family dwellings, but the single family dwellings all start at $700,000. Then how do we, and I know we've had this conversation before, and I've had the pushback from your worship, like we can't insist that affordable housing is integrated into a development, but is there some way that we can kind of put forward that vision, put forward that aspiration, that this is something that we as a town recognize as necessary and worthy for us as a town and for the constituents. And then because my other concern is, so if we do kind of bring in that focus on affordable housing, how do we ensure that it's not all affordable housing in this little pocket of Fort Erie? And so we have the ghettoization, not only of poverty, but of wealth. So you have all of the really wealthy folks who are living in in Ridgeway, Crystal Beach, and I was also reminded 2 weeks ago that there are folks who are living on the margins in Crystal Beach, and I know that too. But I see the developments that are happening in that area, and so I'm concerned that we are going to have communities within communities, and I don't mean Stevensville and Ridgeway and Crystal Beach and Bridgeburg. I mean really wealthy communities, really impoverished communities, and I know from experience that it does not have to be that way. At a church that I served before coming to Fort Erie, we built a 93-unit apartment building. 66% of those units were affordable, geared to income, and people said to me, nobody's ever going to pay full market value for the other apartments. They won't do it. And we proved that was proven wrong over and over again. And so it is possible to do. I think we just need to have the political will and the community will to do so. And finally, I would like to see this document to be not only informative but educational. So I appreciate the section on heritage, but how can we use this document to educate the population around the importance of not ghettoizing, around the importance, is it possible to do that? That's a question for me. And finally, is there still space for further input from us? So council's going to have an opportunity to go over this draft policy. I would love another opportunity to kind of have the conversation, but with that, I think I'll finish.
Yeah, so you've raised some issues that I'm sure staff is aware of. The one that you talked about in terms of affordable housing, there is a policy C.4.3.5 that deals with that, so we'll get some clarification on that. You can always comment until we make the final decision on the official plan, you and every other member of the public. Okay, any members of council have any questions of Reverend Thomas? Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for your question. I just wanted to mention, because you mentioned several times the need for affordable housing, but you are aware of the affordable housing CIP that the municipality currently has in place for the whole municipality to encourage affordable housing?
Oh, I am. I chair the Affordable Housing Committee.
Yeah, no, and I knew the answer, but wanted to make
Yeah.
sure I asked it publicly. And then also, you are aware that we currently do not have a provincial partner when it comes to solving the affordable housing.
I know that too.
And then lastly, you've mentioned that more needs to be done on affordable housing, but you've mentioned this in previous deputations before council before, but what is your solution to what we're trying to do? Because we're trying to move forward with affordable housing without the partners that I've referenced, but I'm just wondering, is there something we're missing?
So to answer your question, Councillor Lewis, or through your worship to Councillor Lewis, I think that it is imperative. I think it's imperative that any time a development comes forward, that it be part of the response from the town, from at the very beginning, at the very first pre-consultation, like to put affordable housing on the table, and to talk about how that might be how it might be possible to integrate, and then at every step along the way to restate it, because I know that the town has said, and I believe that when you say it, you believe it and you are committed to it, that affordable housing is a key piece of how development moves forward. I know that you can't legislate, you can't force affordable housing onto a developer. I understand that too. I also understand that even if you could, the developer could take it to the province and the province could say you can't do that. I think that what we need to do is to always, to have it on the table 3, 4, 5, 6 times. And as we put it on the table, to be prepared to work with the developer to see how that might be integrated. So first, to put it in their head, maybe 1 out of 10 times we get a positive response, and then to see how it moves forward. And I have every confidence that staff is already doing that. I don't doubt that. I just think that we just need to stay committed to it and do it all the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. Anyone else? Councillor Noyes?
Thank you, Mayor Redekop, to Reverend Bill. Reverend, you mentioned about the affordable housing and apartment buildings and rent geared income and market rate, and that you can mix the two. Are you familiar with the Fort Erie non-for-profit housing?
I am.
We have, and I sit on the board for those 2 buildings. Were you aware that we have a problem because there's people who start on rent geared income, they improve their status and their income, and then they change into market rate. We have a hard, obviously we're not going to show them the curb, so any suggestions in regards to, I agree with you, and that's proof. We have affordable housing, which we want 80%, and we only get 60% because the rent geared, the market rate apartments are now being taken up by the majority of the units. But these people in the market rate who are now paying have no place to go. Any suggestions?
Well, okay, so we're kind of drifting off the official plan. We've got your point about the affordable housing, and that's a good point to raise at the next Affordable Housing Committee meeting. And I'm sure, Reverend Thomas, you'll bring that forward.
I will.
And it is a good point, though, and it is a challenge. But that's, I think, for another meeting. If there are no other questions of Reverend Thomas, thank you very much, sir. Always entertaining. Yes, Mr. Iwanchuk. Good evening.
Good evening. Name is Bryce Ivanchuk. Address is P.O. Box 494, 1160 York Road, St. David's, Ontario, L0S1 Peter 0. I'm dangerous in front of a microphone. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to say thank you to staff for the hard work they did in the document. I know it's a long time coming. But before we get there and before I start my presentation, part of what we are going to talk about is that within this presentation, you will see a proposed subdivision. Within that proposed subdivision, there are actually a replica of what you've already approved in Ridgeway, which was an attainable housing development using 100% all pre-engineered Canadian steel. But we'll get into that in a little minute. So right now I'd like to talk about the draft plan, and I think it's very well done, but I think there might be a couple items that are missing. So within the draft plan, I'd like to talk about a parcel of land that currently is designated as residential with 10 rural estate lots. It immediately abuts the settlement area expansion that was done in 2022. Given that, the subject lands that I'm talking about are probably easier developed and serviced based on infrastructure than some of the other lands that have been brought into the urban boundary, I think we should have a conversation as it relates to 1589 Nye Road and bringing it into the urban boundary. So I will hit next. So right there is the M plan for the current plan of subdivision at 1589 Nye Road. 10 large rural estate lots. On the next slide, you will see a proposed subdivision that if these lands were within the urban boundary, you would see a vacant land condo of attainable using here and a second one over on this side. The other thing that we have done, and staff has a copy of it, we retained GIE Engineering to do a storm and wastewater study with regards to the availability of services for this site. When you look at this picture, the lands on my right are the lands that were brought into the settlement area as part of the 2022 regional review. When you go to the next page, and you'll see the 2 blocks of land in the center, I think what's important about this site is if you think about how close it is to the arena, to City Hall, where we are right now, the high school, and it essentially abuts up against Crescent Park from a development perspective. We know that the Ontario government has proposed new legislation that's talking about streamlining the development process and dealing with development charges and reducing costs and accelerating the construction of new homes and infrastructure. I think that, while the region updated their official plan with the settlement in 2022, I think they missed on this piece of property because it's logical that it be included, sharing that entire boundary with the lands that were brought in. Including these lands in the urban boundary within the municipality's new official plan is a logical and efficient move, in my opinion. So I'm here today as somebody who has considerable investment in Fort Erie. We're trying to bring things forward and do some things special and different. And we just heard a lengthy conversation about attainable or affordable. And the reality is, if we keep doing everything the same way we've been doing it in the development and construction industry, that's not really going to change. You guys have already worked with me, and we've approved one site where we're going to bring pre-engineered construction to the forefront. And I think you have an opportunity here considering including this parcel of land within the urban boundary or the settlement area, there'll be an opportunity to replicate that same type of development again. So that's really all I have, and if somebody has any questions, through you, your worship.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Ivanchuk. Any members of council have any questions? We're familiar with the property, we're familiar with the proposal, we're familiar with the possible synergies.
Yes,
So
sir.
we appreciate you coming forward.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Jacqueline. See, you've distanced yourself from Mr. Seaburn.
Yeah,
Or vice versa.
Oh, there he is, okay. Marcy Jacqueline, 931 Edgemere Road in Fort Erie. I was hoping the gentleman from Waterloo had stayed because I kind of thought he gave a great presentation, and it dawned on me that that is also part of, one thing I wanted to mention tonight was the EIS process, the environmental impact studies, which I feel is seriously flawed. The consultants are paid by the developer. They have no professional designation that makes it, like if they were to provide some false information or incorrect information or leave out information, there's no punitive action that can be taken against them. So it's a slippery slope, I think, in inviting these consultants to maybe provide documents that are incomplete or inaccurate. And I can give multiple examples of when that has occurred. But it seems to me if we did it as a holistic process, like the gentleman from Waterloo was suggesting for hydrology, that maybe that's a better approach. I know it's an expensive approach, but it would prevent these, I think, inaccurate assessments of property, which is basically just chipping away at nature consistently. And that's a huge problem for Fort Erie, especially now with climate change and as he mentioned, the increasing wetlands. So I see that as probably the most important thing that could happen through this official document is to deal with the environmental impact study. And at least have it vetted to some extent. I don't know how you would do that, but an unvetted environmental impact study paid for by a developer just doesn't sit well with me. It's open to, I think, too many ways to give a flawed report. But I really wanted to start off by saying that I'm so happy to see the increase in protection to natural environment. So thank you very much for that. I know that I asked a question of Aaron here. Yes, you? Yeah, about preventing sites that are being proposed or proposed for development to limit the damage to the natural features. And I think that's a really key component of this official plan. So thank you very much for that. It's been a chronic problem here of people clearing at least even the undergrowth or even taking trees down. And of course the tree, in conjunction with the tree bylaw, this is a wonderful step forward for Fort Erie. So thank you very much for that. I have a question about the tree management plan because there's also a few flaws with that, i.e. it doesn't seem to be enforced. So it's all well and good to have these tree management plans, and I believe that's a regional document. But I know there's a case in Fort Erie, and I know there's a case elsewhere because I think about Fort Erie, that where it's not being enforced and there's no punitive damage or punitive actions because of the damage that has been done by removing trees that were agreed upon to be in this tree management plan. So I see that as another area that really needs to be worked on. And I just wanted to mention, as I was reading through some documents, that I have a lot of concern about the craft drain area. I think it's a really important sponge for our whole area in terms of wetland management. And so I think that it should be, I see there's a few things mentioned about subwater shed studies and things, but I'm thinking maybe this is another case where more intense hydrology studies might be good as well as natural systems studies. Yeah. Just because I live so close to it, I think I can see the changes on a daily basis, almost. Yeah. So that's all I wanted to mention, and thanks again. I think it's a good step forward. Thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Jacqueline, you've raised some points that I'll ask staff about later on as we go through the process. Any members of council have any questions of Ms. Jacqueline? No, concise and to the point as usual. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Who's next? Yes, ma'am. Good evening.
Good evening, Your Worship and Councillors. My name is Sarah Maloney, 4413 Erie Road. And thank you for my musings, as I'm not fully prepared. I'm still learning, and I want to thank you all for your work in stewarding this community, as it's very special to me. I think my question really started during the secondary plan for Crystal Beach, and taking a step back, looking at Schedule A of this plan and the term natural environment system. There's many unique areas in Fort Erie, but I'll confine myself to the small area that I'm most familiar with, and that would be Point Dubanow Bay. And I think it's important, as our generations are passing and thinking of future generations, to really emphasize how special Point Dubanow is, and that the waterfront area that so many generations have enjoyed and walked and enjoyed the waters on Bay Beach. It's Point Dubanow Bay Beach. And it's a really important part of the Crystal Beach community and tourism, and it's amazing to think back and consider what it was like here in the 1600s and how the heritage of this community is unique in all of North America, and it's important for our histories of people of this planet, and that's right here in Fort Erie, and that what we still have remaining. I'm looking at, my question is understanding the concept of what the urban area is. I think that term urban, especially like that section of Erie Road from Point Dubanow Road south to about Willowwood, in between the lake, the former sand dunes, and the significant wetlands to the north. As a lay person, as a non-planning professional, it's like urban, how does that make sense? I think of urban as like a downtown in the city. My city friends would have considered this area as rural. Is it within the urban boundary because it has municipal services, that it has the sewer system now? So I think my question, when I'm looking at the map, and I think I see on Schedule G some other areas in Fort Erie. You have up like in Birdie Street, Bowen Road. You have the green etchings of the natural environment system overlapping the pink squared of the urban area. And you see that like along Lakeshore Road. And then you have the pink urban area that starts in Thunder Bay, goes through Crystal Beach, and then it's that section on Erie Road where I'm referencing. You have a break of the green etchings of the natural environment system. So just as a person who's experienced these lands, I know that there's two truths, and one may be what is official in in planning language and human architecture, and then there is the other truth and reality of our natural environment system, and it surely does overlap that urban area. I think it's important to not cut off Point Dubanow from Crystal Beach. It's all one system, and if that can somehow be highlighted for future generations, and also to consider restoration possibilities and improving the waterfront for all. Climate change is not so much an ozone problem, but it's just us humans not really understanding how we live within our natural environment systems. So I just wanted to make that little point. It might be a small technicality on a map, but I really do appreciate all of you so much, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Maloney. Before you go, I'm a little confused. So in terms of Schedule A, which you made reference to, which identifies some of the strategic areas and other features in the town. Schedule A1 deals specifically with the strategic growth area in Crystal Beach, which is essentially downtown Crystal Beach, along Erie Road to, I think that goes to Eastwood, just about. You're talking now, you live further to the west.
Right.
And just so that I have an understanding, your concern then about the map Schedule A, not Schedule A1, is what?
It's the language of what does urban area mean. While you have stated that.
Right, okay, you're concerned about the mapping and the environmental overlay and how it fits in with that particular area.
Right, I know that you have stated already, you have limited growth plan for your waterfront and future studies pending and a lot to go in there. But it's just a small point. I just see that those green etchings of the natural environment system, they don't overlay on that area, and I guess I'm wondering why, and could that help in the future really memorializing that area and perhaps restoring it to further degree of ecological integrity?
Yeah, we can look into that.
Thank you.
We'll get some explanation from staff on that.
That's interesting.
Before you go, any
Yes.
other members of council have any questions? Thank you very much, Ms.
Thank
Brown.
you.
Next, I'm going to go with Maria Featherston, then I'm going to go with the lady with the orange top. Good evening.
Hello. Maria Featherston, 996 Parkdale, Fort Erie. Your Worship, Council, I want to compliment you on your efforts concerning the environment. It is really good to see that we're making this kind of progress. I do have a concern, though, when it comes to the buffers, especially in the settlement areas. What kind of protection do the buffers have from encroachments? Because too often, even when they're not official buffers, when you see roadsides with people dumping their lawn clippings, other yard waste, if this is for the protection of habitat and endangered species, it's not going to work if there isn't some sort of protection. That's my point.
Okay, so I see that Mr. Hare is making a note there with respect to that because it's quite correct. If we have policies and we don't enforce the policies, that's an issue. Any questions of Ms. Featherston by any other members of council? Thank you very much. Okay, now the lady with the orange top, I'm told that's not orange, I'm told that's coral. So,
It's what I thought when you said orange.
my apologies.
No, thank you for correcting that.
Thank you, Councillor Christensen.
Thank you,
more
Councillor
tuned in,
Christensen. Oh, that's funny. Good evening, Your Worship, members of council, members of staff. My name is Carmen Jandu. I am from Arcadis. I'm the planning consultant for Ellicott Development, who are the majority landowners for the Fort Erie Racetrack. I don't have a presentation for you today. We're still undergoing our review of the official plan policy, and I wanted to applaud staff for the great work they did getting to the official plan review draft, because it's a big job just doing an amendment, but they're rewriting the whole thing. By way of background for some of the staff members that maybe I've not spoken to in the past, we've met twice with the municipality for 2 pre-consultation meetings for the redevelopment of a portion of the lands of the Fort Erie Racetrack, and that's the practice track. Our last pre-consultation with Anamiga was in the beginning of 2024. There was a bit of hiatus while the ownership was trying to see where they wanted to move the project forward. They've decided to move the project forward, and for the last year, we have been collecting our data for our EIS, our hydrogeology, our geotechnical investigations, etc., to get to where we are today. I'm happy to give an update to council and members of staff that I'm this close to reaching out to you so we can start doing our pre-application public engagement process, and reaching out to some of the non-participating landowners and starting that pre-application process so that we can bring a comprehensive development plan to council for the consideration, and to bring the official plan amendment that would facilitate this. The official plan proposed today, the policies have proposed that the site-specific policy area be recognized as strategic economic area. We're generally happy with that designation. We do have some comments, and while we're still reviewing this, we will be following up with written submission, and hopefully we'll, if any questions, we can meet with you again. But just wanted to give staff and council and yourself, Your Worship, just the update of where we're at and moving forward. I feel like the ball is going to start rolling. And that's it.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
So can you just spell your last name?
It's Jandu, Jandu.
Okay.
Do you need my address?
Did you give us your address?
I forgot to.
Please do.
It's 360 James Street North, Unit 200.
And that's in?
In Hamilton, sorry. Forgetting everything.
Okay. Any members of council have any questions of Ms. Jandu? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? Yes, please come forward, ma'am.
Good evening, Your Worship and Councillors. Catherine Maloney, 4413 Erie Road. I have a few questions, I think, for the planning staff, just really from what we discussed earlier in terms of the designation of the types of roads, collector, urban. I did want to note that our local or private collector of the Niagara Parkway, I'm on 4413 Erie Road, also a collector road, and that is adjacent to provincially significant wetlands and many of the other environmental areas that we've discussed. My question for the planning staff is how many 6-story, 8-story, up to 10-story buildings do we currently have in the town of Fort Erie? And how does that designation of our maximum permitted height conform with what is currently in our community, and how does that leave the potential in the future for someone to come in? Similarly, we talked about the forecast, but if the option is there in our official plan that says, well, we could have a 6-story building on the Niagara Parkway and see that go down through along the river, how do we protect that if that is not what we have in our vision as a town? So that's a question to the planners. And then I did have another thought about the cultural heritage resources, specifically the Point Avenue zone of sensitivity, and how to protect that not only through G36, but the other cultural heritage resources, more thinking along those lines of ensuring that our plan doesn't leave us open. I know through our own OLT process that is what you guys are really trying to work forward here to make sure that you have the ability to control within your community what you would like to see and what our residents would like to see for the future. So.
Okay. Any questions, Ms. Maloney? Thank you very much. Next, Mr. Seaburn. I do hope you're not going to be saying anything that contradicts your wife. I could advise you shouldn't do that.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. I actually didn't come intending to speak, but I've heard so much that I thought was important that deserved my comment. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. The fellow from Waterloo, I don't remember his name now.
Kevin Eby.
Yeah, I think that's his suggestion in terms of conducting a comprehensive study of the hydrological functioning of the Lake Erie shoreline is actually a wonderful idea. I don't know if any of you have driven along Point Avenue Road, but there's a little side road that you can go in there, and the fellow who lives there actually has a sign that says, "No wake, please." I don't know if you've seen that sign, because that part is actually part of a backshore swamp. So as the level of Lake Erie changes, the water level interior to that goes up, and we've been experiencing in my lifetime, well, at least since 1965, the lake level's been essentially just gradually going up and going down a little bit, and going up a lot more, and so we've been experiencing more and more years of high lake level. And we look at the damage that we've been experiencing on Point Avenue Road, and the other important point here is that all of our not all of our endangered species, but a high percentage of our endangered species are caught up in that lakefront between essentially Dominion Road and the shore. And and like Marcy said, Miss Jacqueline said, we're losing habitat and species, just a bit at a time. So the way to stop that really is to do more comprehensive planning, which this hydrogeological study would be a foundation for. And I also like the idea of, I forget what it was called, the CPPS, yeah. Which gives, I think, to me, would give council more control over doing a series of developments in a coordinated manner. So that if you chose to, you could provide corridors, you could put projects together and combine, for instance, a woodland as a feature or a wetland as a feature, rather than lose a bit here and lose a bit there. So that whole feature gets protected. And in terms of funding something like that, I think there's lots of opportunities for that. I don't think that's something that would be a burden to the people of Fort Erie in terms of a tax burden. And remember that the Point Avenue Peninsula is really the gemstone. It's one of the gemstones of Canada. We happen to have it in our backyard, right? Nature Conservancy of Canada is helping us protect it. They've been buying up properties all around the peninsula. So this would be something that we could do in coordination with them. So I think that was an important suggestion. So I just thought I'd endorse it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Seaburn, and I take it you still live at 931 Edgemere?
And my name's still Tim Seaburn, yeah.
Perfect.
You didn't contradict her, so yeah.
Yeah. Good move. We appreciate your comments, as always. Any questions by members of council? Thank you very much.
Yep.
And anyone else wish to address council this evening? I know that we've received, yes, please come forward, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can I give everyone on the council just a piece of paper so they have more understanding?
You may, if you wish, sure.
Yeah.
Just hand them to Councillor Noyes and she'll circulate.
Perfect. There's 10 there, so there's probably less people, but I just want to make sure. Thank you.
And Mr. Mizuto, your full name and address?
Yes, my name is Fausto Mizuto. I live at 3711 Dominion Road, Ridgeway, Ontario, Canada.
Please proceed.
Okay. Some of us live in a political democracy where we elect municipal government officials in hope of they do the right thing. Mr. Mayor, from your town hall column in the Fort Erie Observer, May 15th, 2025, Volume 6, Issue 18, you made your objections to provincial government passing the Stronger Mayors Building Homes Act. One objection was, quote, in essence, the mayor can advance certain matters over the objection of council members or without the consulting council at all. This is a stark contrast to the history of local government in Ontario, end quote. Since the town of Fort Erie is a corporation, it falls under provincial laws. So from your quote, why did you switch from the original plan that included Priority 1, 4337 Michener, from the urban boundary from May 2021, initially to this other plan that included the last minute additions and subtracting a Priority 1 by June 1st, 2022?
So, Mr. Mizuto, I'm gonna ask you to focus on the official plan, the draft official plan for the town of Fort Erie.
Okay.
I appreciate that you've got, you're kind of winding up to request that these lands now be included in the urban boundary, I presume, and you're trying to provide some background.
Yes.
But if you'd get to the point, I think that would be helpful.
Okay. Okay. Also, so do signing petitions with names on it from people living outside of Fort Erie have more impact on Fort Erie decisions than local taxpayers?
Okay, so Mr. Mizuto, you're still going back to 2022.
No, this pertains to now, right?
Is there a petition before us?
No,
Okay, so how does that,
but I just want to know. If you don't want to answer, no problem.
well, it's got nothing to do with
Okay.
the official plan. We're talking about, this is a public meeting
Yeah.
to discuss the contents of the draft official plan for the
Okay.
town of Fort Erie. You can say anything you'd like with respect to that.
Okay. Okay, no problem. So lastly, I implore everyone to read the papers by my brother Sean to get a better understanding and history of the whole matter that was given to the town today, so that should be coming your way shortly. So I implore you to read that so you get an understanding of the whole matter, and hopefully you can do the right thing. When you can't say you didn't know, you can only say you didn't care. Thank you for your time.
Before you go, Mr. Mizuto,
Yep.
so your brother is going to be sending us something? Or have we already received
Yeah,
it?
it was, who did you end up emailing it to? Aaron. Aaron? Okay.
Okay, so that will be
Yes.
forwarded to members of council?
Yes.
Has been, okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, anyone else? No, okay. Thank you for your time.
Anyone else wish to speak to council with respect to this matter? Mr. Patton, is there anyone in the digital waiting room that wishes to address council?
Your Worship, we have one person request to attend today. I sent them the link, and the clerk is CC'd on it, but I haven't seen them join.
There's no one in the digital waiting room. Have we received any additional correspondence since the report was published, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor Redekop. Aaron Butler from Niagara Planning Group, Jack Gibson from Fort Erie Golf Club, Jill Richards from Mountain View Building Group, Rachel Adamski from Niagara Parks, Alexandra Tiki from Niagara Region, Sean Mizuto of 4337 Michener Road, Daniel Brenzia, Smart Centers, 1105 Thompson Road, and Tom Stack of Alfred Beam Excavating Limited, all submitted comments that have been circulated to council.
Okay, and if there's no further request to address council, then I'm going to declare this public meeting closed. And that will then take us to report PBS 43-2025, which is the official plan review and recommendation, moved by Councillor Dubanow. Questions or comments? Councillor Noyes and then Councillor Dubanow.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm curious about the CPPS, which I think I'm very much in favor of. I'm just wondering if we could have some examples, because I know there's some concerns about, collector roads, arterial roads, row housing, apartment buildings, et cetera. And I think this, the way I understood it, this may be a mechanism for us to have a better control over specific areas for what we want to see there. But
Mr. Hare?
Yes. Good evening, Council. Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Noyes. Essentially, the CPPS does several things. It essentially combines the zoning, site plan, and minor variance process into one process to make out or have applications move through the process quicker. It does actually give us the ability to request affordable housing to a certain degree and actually require it. It also allows us to put different mechanisms in place to ensure that there's better urban design and community implementation. I wasn't quite sure what you were meaning by the road classifications in relation to CPPS.
Actually, what was, if I can answer, Councillor Christensen brought it up about certain roads that if you put an apartment building on wouldn't meet. Yes, it's called this, but in actual fact, it would not be conducive to an apartment building, even though it is called a collector road.
So what we're proposing is that the CPPSs would be located to those strategic growth areas to at least to initially start off with. If it's something that the town would like to explore further, we could look at exploring them to community lands. With regards to the road classifications, that is something that our transportation and engineering department did provide. It is something that they are currently reviewing as well, just to make sure that the new map road classification schedule is correct. If there's a need to relook at some of those roads, specifically the region's roads, we will look at those.
I just have one further question. You talked about affordable housing, and the CPPS may give you a tool to use for affordable housing. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more?
We'll have to look into that a little bit further. Bill 17 that was approved last week did make some changes with regards to affordable housing. We'll need to see how the new regulations play out, but my understanding is under the CPPS, you could ask for a version of inclusionary zoning, which would allow some of those units to be set aside in affordable housing for a period of 25 years.
And thank you.
Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I just want to thank staff for putting this all together. The official plan is a very important document. It essentially sets a template for, a decade, if not longer, before you get to the next one. So this is important work. I think I want to thank staff. I want to thank the consultants. I want to thank council. I want to thank the public. This is somewhat of a big deal, and it's actually an honor to be on council during this time when such an important document that guides the future of our community is before us. I want to thank staff for including the concept of the strategic growth areas, because I think that's going to make it. I will have a question too, so don't sit down quite yet. But I want to thank staff for the idea and the consultants for bringing up this idea of strategic growth areas. I was kind of lamenting, if you will, during our last planning, building, and bylaw meeting about the challenges of intensification and, seeing development kind of pop up in random areas that, due to land use prices and other challenges we're facing to try to make units, and the challenge that I face, trying to weigh the multiple different aspects and different competing interests. The strategic growth areas, I think, will help us because it'll put right from the outset of the areas that are more compatible with intensification and kind of growing upwards, or higher density, if you will. I've been a proponent to that on the Garrison Road corridor for quite some time. It makes sense. I think it's a very underutilized area of the community. A friend of mine actually said it reminded him of what some of the roads in Welland looked like back in the 60s and 70s before they started growing up, and you're even seeing more intensification now with some of the multi-floor buildings that are going there. So I think that's a good template. Now, the question I do have is, separate from the strategic growth areas, we have designated growth areas. And from looking at that, it looks like it's areas that have been recently included in the urban boundary as part of the region's comprehensive review that they undertook a couple years ago, as well as some other areas in the community that we don't have secondary plans for yet. And the one that I don't want to say I'm confused, and perhaps staff can give some more insight onto what their thinking is, but the designated growth area for kind of the Craft Road area, I've always viewed the Craft Drain as kind of, lots of provincially significant wetlands in there, not a lot of, you may have individual parcels that can be kind of set aside, but it's very difficult to do in a comprehensive way. And maybe Mr. Harry here can kind of give some idea of what, at a high level, what are we looking at with the Craft designated growth area? Are we looking at just getting a secondary plan done so we can kind of not deal with it in a piecemeal, or is there kind of a grander vision that we're trying to do to fill this area in?
At this time, we don't have really a solid vision of what we want to see in that area. Actually, interesting enough, as part of the official plan, we're also working with the region as part of their master servicing plan, as well as our town on updating our master servicing plan. So we are putting together a couple different growth scenarios for that area. But right now, the region-wide designated as a designated growth area is because we do require a secondary plan for that area. That secondary plan would require sub-watershed, which would look at the environmental aspect holistically for the entire area, as well as identify what areas of private land can be developed.
And if I may, Your Worship, I appreciate that answer, because I think that would be, looking at Bridgeburg North and looking at some of the employment lands to the west end of the Fort Erie urban area, I think Craft is going to be a challenge, but we got good staff here, so I'm hoping you're up to the challenge. So appreciate it. Thank you very much, Your Worship.
You're welcome. Anyone else? Mr. Hare, don't go away. Getting some advice from your superior officer. So I just wanted to continue on with the Crescent Craft designated area, because there seemed to be, just looking at the maps, there seemed to be some significant natural environment system impediments to this whole area. You probably know that it's also referred to as the hole in the donut, because it's very difficult to service. The landowners over the years haven't really been able to get themselves together to do the studies in there, and that's primarily because of the natural environment impediments. So I guess my question would be, why would we even be looking at that? Is there's obviously a rationale for that. What is that?
There's several reasons. One, it is on our priority list to do a secondary plan for that area. We are getting inquiries from developers through the pre-consultation process to look at developing those lands. So if we don't essentially identify that this area is going to grow, we're just going to have developers come forward and looking at piecemealing it together.
So just looking at the area from Craft Road west over towards Crescent, I mean, there just seems to be very little, according to these maps, there seems to be very little developable land, and there might be a little bit more between Craft and Helena, but again, doesn't look like a lot.
That could be the case. Again, that environmental subwatershed study would look at that and see exactly what is developable or not. What we've been hearing from a lot of the developers in that area is essentially that a lot of the vegetation in that area is buckwheat, or not buckwheat, buckthorn. Sorry.
Yeah, so we always rely upon the developers.
Again,
for their advice. I always ask them first. Okay, that's fair enough. I mean, there's a list of potential secondary plans, and I presume at some point we'll be presented as a council with a list of priorities for secondary plans going forward.
We currently do have that list. We haven't changed it since 171 Gorham has been removed. But once the official plan is done, we can revisit that list.
Is this on the list?
Craft? Yes, it is. I'm not sure exactly where on the list, but I do know it is before the urban boundary expansion for the community lands that were brought in on Sunset.
That's interesting, and it's also interesting how that jives with the CAO's views of focusing on land that can be developed within the next 0 to 5 years, and then focusing on development 5 to 10 years out, areas that are serviced, that don't have impediments, et cetera. So I'd be interested to hear that. There was a question with respect to the EIS requirements. Is that something that's part of the official plan in terms of how we would approach environmental impact studies?
The official plan does provide some level of guidance, but we do rely heavily on our environmental staff. Essentially, when it comes to EISs, they will usually meet the applicant on site and will physically look at what type of studies will be required as part of that EIS, and then they formalize terms of reference to how that EIS is to be undertaken.
Is the official plan a document that would provide any opportunities to refine that process?
Yes, there could be opportunities to provide a little bit more clarity. I would suggest maybe after, usually as part of the second or after the official plan, as part of the implementation, we do look at developing terms of references for the various studies that are identified. That's not uncommon for as part of an official plan project.
So one of the concerns that has been expressed by the Environmental Advisory Committee has been these EIS reports that we receive, and frequently the EAC takes a look at them, has some comments with respect to them. I know that there's a review by our staff. The comment that was made this evening was that that process should be tightened up. And so I guess my question to you is, are there opportunities within this official plan process to tighten up the EIS requirements?
We can work with our environmental staff to find ways.
Okay, thank you. I noticed in the in the draft plan that you refer to what we know as the Miller Creek Marina as the Cairns Crescent Marina. Why?
That's how it's referred to in the region's official plan, site-specific policies.
So I've never heard that. I've never heard Crescent Cairns, and I'm at the region. I've never heard that. It's not referred to that by the Niagara Parks Commission, which owns the land. So I would ask that you change that so that there's at least common language. Once our official plan is approved, there will be no regional official plan, correct?
That's correct.
So I think it'd be helpful for us to have a more accurate description of that particular area, if you wouldn't mind. And just checking my notes here to see if there were other questions that were raised that I'd indicated. So there was also concern expressed about how we ensure that buffers, once established, are continue to be in existence and not cluttered up and detrimentally affected by new homes, perhaps that are adjacent to that buffer. How would we do that?
With respect to the comment that was raised, we are currently updating our Bylaw Services is currently updating their property standards bylaw. What I plan on doing is providing those comments to them to take that comment into consideration as part of that process.
So there could be some bylaw enforcement mechanisms to deal with buffers that have been approved by council.
Well, essentially, some people putting fill and grass clippings and stuff in buffers that are approved.
Garbage and
yes.
all kinds of stuff. Okay. And you are going to be looking at the road classifications to make sure that we don't have 6- and 8-story buildings all over town.
Yes, we're going to look at the road classifications. Sorry, I forget the exact section, but we do have also a section in the official plan that also does have other requirements that a development would have to meet in order to get that maximum height.
Right.
But yes, we are going to be looking at the road classifications again.
Right, and I think you folks when I say you, I mean the planning department staff, you understand our concern about the importance of these planning documents in terms of how they relate to our vision for growth in the community, and how sometimes we get caught by something that we don't really intend, but our planning documents say. So this is our opportunity to try to correct that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Does anyone else have any other questions before I call the question on this recommendation that we received this? I had one other question, sorry. In the report and at the meeting earlier this week, or last week about with the planning committee, there was a reference to a number of housing units projected in the future if the strategic growth areas were all built out. And it's like 38,000 housing units. That is twice as many housing units as currently exist in town. And that would take us to who knows what year into the future. So it's not, the purpose of including that in the report itself was what?
It was really to demonstrate that we don't need any urban boundary expansions in order to meet our projected growth by 2051. Actually, we can accommodate more growth within our current urban boundary than our anticipated growth.
And these strategic growth areas don't include all of the residential property within our urban boundary?
No, they don't.
Because you've also made reference to designated growth areas, which if we were looking at need, they'd be some ways down the road, presumably.
Yes, our designated growth areas would probably see a much lower density, as well as they would be requiring secondary plans first. The strategic growth areas were really brought forward through the existing secondary plan processes as areas that require intensification.
Is there an intention through the official plan process to provide some type of ability by council to determine where growth should take place? In other words, we currently have, I think it's 1,200 approved housing units through approved plans of subdivision. We have maybe another couple of thousand or more draft approved housing units. We keep getting applications for more subdivisions, and we keep getting more approved or draft approved housing units, but we don't necessarily get more housing. Does this official plan provide us with the ability to say, this is where development should take place for now? I think you've identified the strategic growth areas. Is it the plan to focus on them?
That is the plan. That's according to the PPS, your strategic growth areas really should be your main focus of growth.
So if this is if the strategic growth areas are the main focus, when somebody comes in and says we need development here, are we going to require them outside of those strategic growth areas? Are we going to require them to provide some type of needs analysis?
As part of the secondary plans, no, we weren't going to require that. It's part in the DC background study. We did outline what studies we did envision each one of those secondary plans undertaking.
So we're still going to have, going into the future, even with a new official plan, we're still going to have a situation where we've got plan of subdivision proposed over here, one proposed over there, one proposed up here, down there, all over the place, without regard to necessarily the strategic growth areas, or without regard to where we think it makes more sense to have developments going forward. I mean, it's hard to understand how we would have, as an example, a couple of serviced subdivisions in town with no houses on them, and we keep getting more applications for more subdivisions. I know that property owners have the right to do this, but it's a challenge for us to have to consider them and approve them when we know there's already service land waiting to be built on.
So through your worship, the purpose of the strategic growth areas is to give the municipality an opportunity to articulate where we want to focus growth. And through that, as you stated earlier, there's an opportunity there to focus where we want to deal with infrastructure planning to ensure that those are the areas that we're looking at growth first, as well as The intent of having a CPPS for those specific strategic growth areas is to help incentivize growth happening there first and faster.
Okay, thank you very much. And I believe the answer to this was that council can still provide you with comments going forward, because I know some of us still have comments that we'd like to advance, so we can still send those to you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to call the question then with respect to the recommendation that we receive this report for information purposes. All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. So that gets us to the consent agenda, and maybe what we'll do is take a 10-minute break. Okay, we're back after the recess, and we're now with the consent agenda. So can I have a mover to put that on the floor? Councillor Lewis. So those reports are on the floor for any questions or comments. Councillor Noyes.
Can we not have some removed?
Yep.
Okay, I wanted to remove 8.2 and 8.3.
To deal with separately? Okay.
Yes.
So let's deal with 8.2, which is PBBS 44-2025.
I have a, okay, in regards to that, let me just find it on here now. I'm wondering, and I had a chance to talk to Anamika very briefly about it. Now, when we're talking about adopting the Niagara Regional's fees, are we talking about adding those fees to our current fees or just using those fees? Like we're not piggybacking what we're currently charging to what the region is charging.
Ms. Dilwaria?
Your Worship, through you to the Councillor, we are proposing to add this fee to our fee schedule.
Okay, so the way I'm looking at it then, if I can continue, is that we're basically piggybacking the two fees, the regional fee and our town fee. So I have some concerns about that. I do recognize that the town's workload will increase. I have no doubt about that. But I would also think that right now, what the town does and what the region does, and if they're both doing their due diligence, there's some overlap. And so that we're not necessarily, like we do A, B, C, and D, and they do A, B, C, and D. But I think there must be some overlap in regards to the work that we do that the region does as duplicate. So we're not going to do it twice.
Ms. Dilwaria?
Your Worship, I would answer a part of that question, but I would like Mr. Terry to elaborate on one. But I understand where the councillor is coming from. Yes, there would be some synergies when we are reviewing the applications, but the regional official plan, as of now, because we have the region is outside the planning function, so we have taken over their responsibility. The task is pretty big, and that's the reason we are taking that fee. It's the same fee the region used to charge previously, and now we are taking it over, so we are charging. I understand there are some synergies, but I would like Mr. Terry to elaborate on that.
Mr. Terry, do you want to come forward?
Through your worship to Councillor Noyes. Thank you for your question, Councillor Noyes. Just first of all, just wanted to clarify that this is an interim situation because once the town's official plan is adopted by council and approved by the province, then the region's official plan for the town of Fort Erie would be removed from the town. So this is something that we're looking at probably over the next 6 months. It is, though, additional effort for town staff. With all fees, we're trying to recover staff's time and work. And there's additional effort here because staff don't typically work with the document. Also, the province has made changes to policy that haven't been incorporated in the regional OP. So there's work that needs to be done from staff to review the provincial policy and now looking at this regional document. So there's significant work for staff to look at these individual applications. What we've been telling applicants is that, again, this is something that's interim. So if it's not necessary for it to be completed today, if you wait for that 6 month period, this is something that will be dealt with through one official plan document.
Okay, and thank you for that. Hearing that, then after 6 months, so right now, let's say for the sake of argument, we're charging what, I can't go 20,500 for the application fee. In 6 months, when all this moves on, what will our fee be? Approximate, no, I'm not going to hold you.
Through your worship to the councillor, we may need to revisit the fee at that time, but I feel at that time it would not be the same because we're now looking at one document as opposed to two different documents.
Okay. And so the same thing with the 63,000 for urban area boundary expansion. Right now our fee is 63, no, the region's fee is 63, which we are going to piggyback on what we charge now. So in 6 months, I should assume that amount will come down.
Yes.
Thank you. My other question, I guess, is, and I guess it's more a comment, in regard to, I understand that the region currently has 14 employees working on this, which they're not going to be working on anymore. But none of those employees are actually, my understanding is that they're being repurposed for the sake of, so I'm concerned that this is the same approach that when the region no longer had to do the waste management, the blue box program, the recycling program, they didn't, the taxpayer didn't see any break in it. You know, the region could continue to charge us the same amount without really giving us, without giving the taxpayer credit. And I'm just hoping that this doesn't happen in the same way that the taxpayer, I know it's not I know it's the developer and the applicant, but at the same point, those people are going to pass it on to whoever's buying their product or whatever. So that's my one concern. But again, if it's only temporary for now, I'd be interested in seeing what happens in 6 months. And I just don't want the applicants and the developers to be basically paying a much higher fee.
To be more precise, it's not necessarily 6 months, it's when the town's official plan is approved by the province, is that correct?
That's correct. So we're looking to bring forward the document for council's consideration this summer, and then it'll be going to the province. So we have been working with them already to try and be proactive and get their comments. We've had meetings as of today with them. So we are anticipating a pretty quick turnaround, but it is, as you said correctly, that it is up to the province when they approve it.
Is it staff's intention thereafter to provide us with an update with respect to the fees that will be charged for a town official plan amendment and a town urban area boundary expansion once the region's official plan is no longer effective?
Well, through your worship, there is currently work happening with Watson and Associates to look at our fee schedule in total. So at that time, we would be looking at an appropriate fee for this type of work.
That will address Councillor Noyes' concern.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's a good explanation. I'll accept that.
Okay. Anyone else? All those in favor of the recommendations in report PBS 44-2025? Unopposed, that is carried. Let's deal then with 8.3, the memorandum regarding the Heritage Conservation District information. Councillor Noyes?
I'm reading the memorandum, and I'm not sure because we're receiving it for information purposes, but when I read the memorandum, it kind of gives me the impression that we're, let me get the thing out here.
It's just a deferral of something that was going to come to us tonight.
I'm sorry?
It's a deferral of something that was going to come to us tonight. They just don't have the information they need.
Yep, but I understand that, but in the memorandum, it basically says that the reason it's not coming before us is because they don't have enough information. They want to talk to the ARA and basically get the assessments done or something first. That's what I'm reading into it. And I'm hoping that's not the case, because I think we want to know, number one, what the cost is going to be for ARA involvement. And number two, I understand from the priest from St. Joseph's that the ARA has already finished the church, if I'm not mistaken. And there's a report out there that could help us make the decision whether we want to do the cluster or not. Personally, I'm not in favor of it. So I just want to make sure that this memorandum isn't telling them to go ahead, get the ARA to do the assessment, and then come to us with what the recommendation is and a $10,000 bill.
Ms. Smith, do you want to come forward and explain what ARA has been asked to do and what information it is you're waiting for?
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Noyes. ARA, we reached out to them because they're already familiar with the report, just to receive guidance on whether or not this is feasible and what the cost would look like. So we haven't engaged them to go ahead with anything. They're just providing that guidance for us so that we can make a recommendation for this, whatever steps may be needed to take.
Thank you for that. So we're not incurring any costs when you're talking to the ARA?
We're not incurring any costs.
And the other
Just hold on a second. ARA isn't going to charge anything to provide you with some guidance and some costs? They're not charging you anything?
That's correct. All the guidance that they've given me at this time, they have not charged for, and they will not be charging us for that guidance.
This is just information so you can provide a report to us.
That's correct.
Thank you for that. The other thing is I would like to have a copy, or council to have a copy of the church that was already done.
Okay.
And
The church assessment?
the church assessment has already been done. And also, I would imagine when the report comes forward, or when we get the cost from ARA in regards to what it would cost, is the opinion or the position of the current owners of the properties that are being, that we may go ahead and assess.
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Noyes, the report for 3718 Netherby is coming forward in July, and the owners are opposed to designation, as well as a district.
Thank you.
Anyone else on this report? Then I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of receiving this? Unopposed, that is carried. So that gets us back then to the balance of the items in the consent agenda. Any other questions or comments? Mr. Warrior, I had a question. I don't know whether you would know this or not. Do we have any idea whether a demolition of 576 Ridge Road, except for the facade, is scheduled for any time in the near future?
Your Worship, could you please repeat the question?
Yeah, this is with respect to the heritage permit application for 576 Ridge Road North. Do you have any insights as to when demolition might be slated?
It's my understanding he has submitted the application, but I don't know when it's scheduled for, but I can get that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? If not, all those in favor of the balance of the items in the consent agenda? None opposed, that is carried. That then takes us to planning, building, and bylaw services. Councillor Christensen.
Thank you, Your Worship. I feel like Councillor Flagg tonight. This session of the Planning, Building, and Bylaw Services Subcommittee is now in session. There are no presentations and delegations. There are no reports. There are no new business or inquiries that I'm aware of. The business status report, are there any questions, Your Worship?
Yes, there's an indication that the vacant land condominium Prospect Point Road enclave will be a recommendation report on June the 23rd. Did we receive an information report? Have we had a meeting on this?
Your Worship, this is a vacant land condo, so I believe there was a vacant, the information report long time back, but we can attach that report to the recommendation report, because it has been a significant time since that report came to council.
Okay, and it was delayed because of some environmental issues?
Red-headed woodpecker.
Yeah. Okay. And also under forecasted reports, July the 7th, there's an indication for 3856 Terrace Lane, a recommendation report. That's not the property that the public meeting has been deferred on, is it?
Yes, Your Worship. So the information report would be going on June 30th, and it would not be, this report would not be for the recommendation on July 7th. So this needs to be pushed to a second meeting in July or sometime in August.
Okay, so that takes into account the fact that the public meeting was deferred tonight. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more comments? No? That being said, I declare this session of the Planning, Building, and Bylaw Services Subcommittee closed, and I turn the chair back to you, Your Worship.
Congratulations. Okay, Councillor.
Feels good, doesn't it?
Councillor Lewis, Infrastructure Services.
Yeah, that's a hard act to follow. Infrastructure Services is now in session. There are no presentations or delegations. We do have two reports up tonight, one 10.2.1 IS 1225-2025, award of tender for Oaks Park Tennis Court reconstruction project, moved by yourself, Your Worship. Any questions or comments? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. On page 3 of 4, under 8, it talks about that the existing courts have significantly deteriorated. We're not doing all the courts. We're only doing some of the courts. And I'm thinking it should be established which courts we're actually doing.
Okay, Acting Director, do you have any comments with respect to which courts we are resurfacing in this process?
Through you, Chair, the specific courts we're doing are outlined within the tender documents themselves. This being a report just to recommend the award of the tender, we felt saying courts was implying the courts in the tender itself. So we can get you information on specifically which courts, which is just eluding me at this moment.
Okay.
Councillor Noyes?
Yeah, and I can appreciate that. I'm just hoping that, okay, because there was that one court that they wanted to, okay, there's there was the main area, and then there was a one court off to the side, I guess, and to the back, that they were deciding whether they were going to make it a tennis court or a pickleball court. It's now totally not being used, hasn't been used for years and years and years. We're not fixing that court.
Acting Director Frost?
I will get back to you on that. I just don't have that information at this time.
Okay, and we're not fixing the clay courts.
Acting Director Frost?
Okay, thank you for that. And just on the same line, and I did have a chance, Mr. Frost, we did discuss it, but this report doesn't, it's regarding the shade structures. Now, in the report, it says the construction of new shade structures will enhance the comfort, etc. But I understand these are not going to be new shade structures. These are going to be the existing ones that are going to be repurposed.
Acting Director Frost, I believe it's the new ones being replaced as referenced as new, but maybe you have some comments on that.
Yeah, through you, Chair. The shade structures, we have to remove the existing benches with shade structures in order to rehabilitate and reconstruct the courts. They will be put back in place after the court has been reconstructed. It is not for new infrastructure, per my understanding.
Okay, so they're not going to be new, they're going to be repurposed, because that's not what the report says. Just
per my understanding, yes.
Councillor Noyes?
Okay, if it's anything different, I'd like to know.
Any other questions or comments from council? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? It's carried. That brings us to 10.2.2 IS 13-2025 Tennis Club Operating Agreement. If someone wishes to move. Councillor Christensen. Thank you. Any questions or comments? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. I'm going to start on where am I going to start? Just have to try to figure out, okay. The recommendation is for free public access time 6 times a year, annually. That's all they're recommending in regards to public access.
That is my understanding.
No comment.
Okay, I'm planning on making an amendment to that, but I'd like to hear what the other councillors think about that. And on page, on 2.2, it talks about user fees from each participant in accordance with the town's schedule of fees and charges. Who is the participant?
I believe that is the
Through you, Chair, yes, it would be per tennis player pays a fee, any registered person at the club, to the town outlined. I believe it is $10 a person per year.
Okay, I didn't see that in the, I could have missed it. I understood that there's going to be town's going to get $1, and then they're going to get a $1,500.
That's the lease amount.
I'm sorry?
That's the lease amount.
So there is going to be a participant fee. Where does it say in here that there's going to be a $10? And is that each time they play, or is that each time they sign up, or each program?
Director Frost?
Through you, Chair. In the town's user fees for our facilities, the same applies to our soccer fields. When you have a sporting event, you pay a fee of $10 per registrant in those fees. So it's currently lumped in there. It's not a separate tennis fee per user at this point in time. So it's in our standard user fees for our facilities.
Thank you for the clarity on that. Councillor Noyes.
Again, I just need it a little bit more clear for me. So in other words, if I'm going to do a summer program, a youth program, and I have 50 kids, I'm going to get $10 from each participant, so 500. Okay, then I'm clear on that.
You agree?
Agree.
Councillor Noyes.
To keep jumping on this. In regards to the, on page 6 of 13, let me go to page 6 of 13.
You said page 6?
6 of 13, yes. Okay, it says under I think it's 6, no, 5I, it says to use of park facilities, to grant the club reasonable use of park facilities subject to availability and advance booking with the town manager of parks and facilities. That doesn't make any sense in this agreement. In regards to the agreement is to lease the facility to the tennis club.
And can you repeat which page you're on and which
It's
section?
on page 6 of 3, 6 of 13, use of park facilities, I.
Director Frost, any comments with respect to section I?
Through you, Chair, this may have been a remnant from a past agreement that we used to draft this, and I believe that section could be removed as it is leased property.
Yeah, that's, I'm just pointing that out. I guess my next question will go into opportunities that this agreement misses or doesn't include if it's left the way it is. I would like to see much more public access, but I also wonder if the town approached the Fort Erie Academy or the high school to see if they would be interested in using the facilities for like a scheduled time, whatever the time is, like 4 to 5 on Tuesdays, that we actually approach these two institutions and see if they can. I'd like to see this tennis club used a lot more than it is. And to me, if we open it up to the high school for specific times or whatever, then that would definitely get us to that point. So I'd like to.
Question, Councillor Noyes. Director Frost, has there been any conversation with the local high schools and private schools about usage of the tennis courts or tennis club?
Through you, Chair, per my understanding, we have not advocated or reached out about usage of the facilities for other parties other than the leasee.
And that is something that we could do in the meantime as well, right?
Through you, Chair, yes, I believe we could facilitate those discussions. I'm kind of looking at our CA over there to make sure that we collectively and collaboratively work towards that as a team.
Councillor Noyes, anything further?
And again, I think that would be wonderful if we found the high schools take use of it, even if it's for 1 hour a week for each high school or something like that. That would up the public participation in it. Now, the way I understand, and I couldn't find the rules from the tennis club alone, because I know one of the things is security, et cetera, et cetera. But once I'm a youth member, and I pay I take a lesson for the summer, whichever, the 6 weeks, I am then a member. So there can be 2 5-year-olds basically going to the tennis court and playing anytime they want when it's not organized, on any time that's available.
Can you repeat the question?
Okay.
I'm following your narrative, but I just don't hear the question.
Okay. I know one of the concerns is always about security, like if we open it up to the public. Well, basically, if you're opening it up to the 128 summer, spring, fall students, you're basically opening it up to 128 youths and young children who can go at any time they want to, that's not being used, they can use the facility.
Director Frost, do you have any comments with respect to membership and usage at the courts?
I would offer that the membership at the courts is going to be in the terms and conditions of the membership itself with the leasee, how they plan to operate it and how they plan to structure their membership. I would think that that's going to speak more to when and how and who can use it, if there are any age restrictions or anything of that nature.
Councillor Noyes, anything further on that one?
Yeah, I think it's important for us to know that, to know what the rules are if you're a member and what the restrictions would be.
And that's something, Acting Director, that can be followed up with?
Through you, Chair, yes, we'll follow up at the same time we talk with the school board and FIA.
Thank you.
And I guess my last, and I was going to make an amendment to this, but I'd like to hear other people speak first on it, to see if anybody else has any comments.
So Councillor Noyes has hinted that she has an amendment. I know there's some other members that have expressed wanting to speak to it. Councillor Flagg?
Thank you, Chair. Just one observation and one question. The observation is that throughout this document, it indicates park and premises. So when it indicates that the club may use the park, that to me is the other aspects of the park, of Oaks Park, not just the premises of the tennis facility. So I think it's accurate within the agreement, the way it's written, just that our interpretation may not have been as accurate as we had thought originally. Secondly, I'm just wondering, with respect to insurance and fire in the winter, and whose responsibility it is for snow removal, and I don't see anything within the agreement that might go over that.
Thank you for the observation and the question regarding insurance and snow removal. Director Frost, any comments?
I'll have to follow up, through you, Chair, I'll have to follow up with the requirements for insurance and snow removal in the winter.
So that'll be a follow-up.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Councillor Christensen.
Thank you, Chair. My question relates to the, I guess I'll preface my question with, there appear to have been a lot of questions both in the capital budget discussions that resulted in the allocation, and they still are now with respect to the nature of the programming and in particular public access. And there have been some responses, but I ask, how active has your discussion with the tennis club about the range and scope of its programming, given that there is going to be this heavy investment in the facility?
Acting Director Frost, any comments?
Through you, Chair, we have had conversations with the operators of the leasee about opening it up to public times, but recognizing that they still have the interests as the operator, that we need to find that balance, if you may. So we have had conversations, but there's only so far I think that we can push when they are operating their business.
Councillor Christensen?
Well, based on that and based on the uncertainty, I look at the 10-year term and question, without some of the information that Councillor Noyes in particular has been asking for, and given the changes in our community as we speak and ongoing and with our official plan, would it be perhaps more advisable to consider a shorter term of commitment, given that we don't have a lot of the answers that I think we want?
Thank you for the question. Acting Director Frost, any comments?
Through you, Chair. Yes, I think we can always discuss term. I'm not at this point up to speed as to why we chose or they chose the 10-year term, but I think it is something we could give consideration to, given all the questions about the public access and the significant investment that would be placed in the court rehabilitation.
Thank you. Councillor Christensen?
Fine for now.
Your Worship, you had your hand up next for some questions.
Yeah, thank you. I've got a few questions. Oh, Councillor McDermott.
Oh.
You go with Councillor McDermott.
Yeah, just two quick things. And one is the access for sure. I get it. They're similar to the ballpark in the sense that if diamonds aren't being used during a period of time,
And they could be leased out practically as $50 or something like that. But access is very important considering the amount of money we're putting into the tennis courts. You know, it's hard to get away from this private club thing when it's been a private club basically for some time. And I also agree with the fact that 10 years is much too long a term for any organization that's running public areas. So I would probably like to make an amendment to that to make that a 5-year term over a 10-year term for sure.
Are you putting that amendment on the floor now, or are we coming back to that?
No, we can come back to it. Maybe Councillor Noyes has it in mind right now. But I think that before we sign any agreement at all, we have to find out how much public access we're going to have there and when it's going to be. So we are assuring ourselves that we're not dropping the ball here. We have quite a big investment, $607,000 that we're putting in here. I'm going to make sure that the public's going to take advantage of that.
Okay, so
That's
I'll
my
come
own
back
comment.
to your amendment after we deal with Councillor Noyes' amendment, and I'll go back to the mayor for his question before I missed your hand going up.
Yeah, thank you. So I agree that the access, the amount of public access isn't adequate. And I've been trying to figure out how this fits into some of the other arrangements that we've entered into. We have the Crystal Ridge Center, which is operated by the Ridgeway Lions Club, who built the facility. They're responsible for certain things, and I'm going to ask the CAO about that. We lease out Bill Connolly to the Ridgeway Stevensville Kinsmen, and again, they pay a variety of costs, and they operate the hall. And we also lease out the E.J. Freeland Community Center to the Boys and Girls Club, and they pick up a lot of the costs. So those facilities are all relatively expensive. Bill Connolly might be more in line in terms of cost with the tennis courts. But my recollection, Chair, and this is to the CAO, is that they pay us a fee for a lease, which is nominal in all of those cases. But they pay the insurance, they pay the utilities, they pay standard maintenance. The town typically assumes responsibility for the infrastructure and for the air conditioning, the heating, the plant equipment, so that if there's a breakdown, that's us. So can we get a comment from the CAO on that?
Yes, Your Worship. CAO McQueen, do you have any comments?
Through you to the mayor, I don't know offhand. I know there are different arrangements for those facilities. And off the top of my head, I don't have that, but it's certainly something we can look into. Maybe a brief comparative table just to see where there are similarities or differences in the lease arrangements of those facilities with the groups that are involved.
We also have a couple of situations over here at the Leisureplex where the Kinsmen, who donated a lot of the money towards the construction of the facility, have the use of a room, their own. Maybe we could get some information about what the deal is. I think they have the use of it because of the original contributions, but I don't know the length of the lease on that or the agreement. And I believe the Junior Bees have a room at the Leisureplex which they use, and I'm wondering if we could get some information with respect to that.
And this is information for a future meeting, not tonight, that you're looking
It's for a future meeting.
Yep.
Because I'm working my way up to moving a deferral of this so that we can get some additional information, including some further discussion between the town and the tennis club about access by the public. There was a response by Mr. Frost with respect to the user fee, and I presume he said per year, per user, and then it kind of got a little muddied. So if one of the 124 youth members signs up for tennis lessons, they pay a fee to the tennis club. I don't know what the fee is, but I'd like to know that. And they of that fee, $10 goes to the town?
Director Frost, any comments?
Through you, Chair, I'll address right now the membership as follows. An adult pays $165 per year, a junior pays $50 per year, a family or couple pays $275 per year. A non-resident surcharge of $20 will apply, and a guest fee is $5 per visit. Of those fees, whether they come from those fees or the tennis club pays the town, I'm unsure, but we would receive $10, I believe is the fee, per registrant of those programs.
Your worship.
So, but if there's a guest fee of $5, that guest doesn't pay $10 to use the court, do they?
I don't believe so.
That'd be
Director.
$15.
Through you, Chair, the guest fee is $5 per visit. So I would think that they wouldn't pay $10 per visit, but they may pay $10 as a one-time fee to the town.
And they'd be coming with a guest of the club with membership standing, correct?
Correct.
And these monies, these membership fees that you referred to, those go to the club.
Director Frost?
We just get a portion, we get $10.
Correct.
So I'm also interested, I'd also like to know how much money is generated by the tennis club, how much they generate through bingo revenues, and what the breakdown of how they can allocate that is. Because I know that they do provide some things for the junior tennis players. There are some things that some monies that they spend on the facilities that are there. But I think I'd like to get a handle on this. I understand the security aspect of it. It's the same excuse that the school board uses to prevent people from access to their track. If people are going to vandalize stuff, they're going to climb over a fence. It doesn't matter. And so I don't want to be using that as an excuse why we prevent the public, because there's a security function. There's undoubtedly a benefit to us to have a group monitor and act as security for the municipality. But I believe this agreement says we pay the utilities.
That is my understanding,
So-
Acting Director Frost.
Yeah, I'd just like to get a handle on what it is they're paying, because my view is that 200 people shouldn't have virtually exclusive utilization of a facility that we're spending large sums of money on. This isn't like 1988, when the tennis club was generating large bingo revenues and were actually contributing significant sums of money to the equipment, to the facilities that were there. I mean, they built the building. So I'd like to recognize all of that, and I'd like to recognize the fact that they are a benefit to us on the one hand. On the other hand, I think we need to get better public access. And so there might even be a reverse situation here. It may be that we provide them with times when they can use the courts for their programming, and we can provide them with times for their tournaments or what have you. But if, I think we need to get a handle on this. The other thing I was wondering is if we could maybe find out from staff, what are other municipalities doing with similar type infrastructure? There may be tennis courts in other communities that have a similar type of program. So maybe we could find out what that is. Maybe it's reflective of this. Maybe this is something that is done elsewhere. So those are the things that I think we need to get additional information on. If there's other information that members of council want, that's fine. But I think this should be deferred to the next committee meeting so that we can get answers on that, and not the committee meeting next week, the one in July 7th? July 7th.
Before we get there, if you're done, I'm going to see if there's any other members of council that have questions. You've already spoke, so I'm just going to see if anybody else. Councillor Noyes, you had an amendment, but if you have a question before that, go for it, and then we'll deal with your amendment. Go to Councillor McDermott, same one as the mayor's, so we'll just go back to the mayor after that. Councillor Noyes?
Yeah, I wanted to comment, but I agree that I'll forfeit my amendment till later. But I did want to have some answers to some questions, though. Are there any other nearby? I do apologize. I don't know. I was trying to get my mind around. Are there any other tennis courts in Ward 1?
I don't believe so. Acting somebody? No? I don't believe so, Councillor Noyes. But if we're wrong,
And where is the closest tennis court in Ward 2?
anyone want to take that one? Acting Director Frost.
Closest one would be
Ward 3
There used to be on the street.
So,
So I'm going to bring it,
Ferndale Park. Ferndale Park.
okay, so I guess that's the point I was trying to make. Not only are these as a private club, there's not an opportunity for the people in that area, in a pretty large geographical area that has access within a walking distance or a bicycling distance, so to speak, to another tennis court. I think that's important to think about too. And I think just, Mr. Frost, you talked about operating their business. Only so much we can do because they're operating their business. I think we have to kind of turn the page on that. They can operate their business anywhere they want to operate their business. We're not restricting them, but I think we need to see that we basically own the tennis club, the tennis courts, and they should be the primary tenant. And I applaud all of the programs that they have for the kids. I was amazed when I actually looked at all the different programs that they had for the kids. But I do think we can't look at that. We're telling them how to operate their business. They can operate it anywhere they want. But it should be treated like some of the other other sports clubs. So I'm not going to continue with this because I think we're going to defer it.
are you moving forward with an amendment or no amendment?
No, my amendment was going on to the mayor's that I would like to have more public access. I had some suggestions on what I would like to see, but I will wait till we get more answers in regards to the amount of money and things and the other acts, yeah.
Okay.
The
So
other,
I'm hearing consensus on that. I'll go back to your worship.
Right. So before I put that formally on the floor, I just want to advise Councillor Noyes that I lived out by the old fort and I rode my bike both to Oaks Park and to Ferndale Park to play tennis back in the day when
That
kids
was-
actually rode their bikes.
And that was uphill both ways.
It was up
right?
in the snow, in the snow.
All right.
So I move that we defer this report, subject to the information that's been requested by councillors to the council and committee meeting on July 7th.
So there's an amendment to move to defer. All those in favor of the deferral? All those opposed? That carries. That being said, that moves us to new business and inquiries. Any new business from members of council? Seeing none, the business status report, and there is one. Does anyone have any questions or comments with respect to that? That being said, I turn the chair back to you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. That takes us then to Corporate and Community Services. Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, Your Worship. Corporate and Community Services now in session. We do not have any presentations or delegations, no reports, but I see new business inquiry 11.3.1. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Councillor Flagg. I just want to make a couple of remarks that may be somewhat out of order, but today, as the mayor mentioned earlier before the council meeting, was not a good day for healthcare and for Fort Erie. But in light of the recent announcement made by Niagara Health, I want to provide council with notice that I intend to bring forward 2 notices of motion at the next regular council meeting of June 23rd. And I would like to stress that I take no joy in moving forward with this, but to do so, I will be requesting at the meeting that council waive the rules of procedure to allow for immediate discussion. And I wanted to offer council the heads up in recognition of the urgency and gravity of the matter or the situation. This is a healthcare emergency and a threat to our healthcare and our healthcare safety net. Earlier today, many of us learned through Niagara Health's website and through social media and no formal channels that further service reductions are planned for Fort Erie Urgent Care as of July the 1st. This news came prior to any meeting or discussion with the municipality, and once again, Fort Erie was left in the dark. It's my opinion, and it hasn't changed for a while, that Niagara Health has no regard for the local community. It's unacceptable, and this council and the residents that we represent should be outraged and show our disregard to NHS towards our community and towards the local government. And in response, I'll be putting forward 2 notices of motion at that meeting. One, that the town of Fort Erie immediately withhold its previous committed funding to Niagara Health Hospital and discuss relocating those funds towards broader healthcare initiatives not necessarily administered through Niagara Health. What we agreed to in the previous term of council has fundamentally changed. Niagara Health continues to move the goalpost. We thought we were funding a new hospital that's needed with urgent care services still within our community. We bought a horse, and what they're showing us today is that we're looking at a donkey. This is not acceptable, and these changes have happened over the years with no regard to the local community. The second notice of motion that the Town of Fort Erie Council formally requests the resignation of Lynn Guerrero, President and CEO of Niagara Health, as well as the full Niagara Health Board of Directors, and further requests that the province immediately appoint a supervisor to oversee operations and ensure that Fort Erie Urgent Care remains open and fully funded. This fight has been ongoing for over 20 years, 2 decades. It was here during my first term of council during the early 2000s with Councillor Noyes and Mayor Redekop. And in fact, today's situation is really no different than when I served back in those days. Niagara Health has broken trust. They have failed in community collaboration, and our community continues to see reduced access to our healthcare services because of their failed commitments and ever-changing plans. And I do believe a majority of council believes enough is enough. We owe it to the people of Fort Erie to take a firm stance, and I believe this council will. So I know it's a bit of out of sync, but the urgent care changes are happening July 1st, and that is why I will be moving forward with asking council to waive the rules of procedure at the next council meeting to deal with those 2 motions. I'm certainly open to removing the second one if there is a change in direction from Niagara Health, but we'll have to wait and see where that goes. So I thank council for the time to speak to this important issue tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis, for that heads up. Anyone else? Councillor Christensen.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to speak to the issue. I was invited by the mayor to sit in on the meeting today with Niagara Health and with the mayor of Port Colborne. I will note that there were 3 elected representatives at that meeting, a communications representative from the hospital, and a senior medical representative. I note that because the failure of the CEO to provide due respect to the people who were offering help. We were there to offer assistance in recruiting physicians. They've expressed difficulty. The mayor wrote a letter on May the 23rd, and 17 days later, we had this meeting. I don't know about you, but if I was in desperate need of something that would keep my operations going, I wouldn't take 17 days. In fact, what we found out, and speaking to Councillor Lewis's comments, in fact, we found out why we were waiting 17 days. During the meeting, Dr. Chan, the medical representative, indicated that, first of all, that the closures would in fact take place. This was obviously a shock. We found out subsequently that their media machine was publicizing that information simultaneously. But we were also advised that the hospital system was considering closures strategically. I believe that's one of the few truths they have. They were considering them strategically, not tactically, to address physician loss or physician shortages, but strategically to reinforce the fact that there is no need for urgent care in Fort Erie or Port Colborne and Wainfleet, and that in fact, strategically, they continue to aim they continue to maintain their position that they are not needed. I will give you an indication of the kinds of things that their own website speaks to urgent care being. Not addressing things like nausea, vomiting, coughs, colds, flus, minor cuts and wounds that may need stitches, sprains, strains, and deep bruises, ear infections and earaches, fevers, coughs, sore throats, minor burns, insect bites and skin rashes, simple broken bones, upper respiratory infections, mild to moderate asthma attacks. None of those, ladies and gentlemen, are the kind of thing that needs an emergency room or an emergency room physician, although people trained in emergency room care may in fact work in urgent care. People with those types of complaints should not be in an emergency room. Emergency rooms are for people with life-threatening conditions and conditions that are chronic, that require extensive medical treatment and sophisticated assessment. By closing the urgent cares, the hospital system as it currently is constituted is effectively condemning its own emergency rooms to failure. It is taking away the one type of level of care, and this is on their own website, by the way. It is the level of care that between primary care and other hospital care enables hospital systems with high technology and high expertise to function efficiently. I think the fact that the hospital is operating at a significant deficit is a significant indication of some lack of efficiency somewhere. I believe that there are problems, and I will say, to be fair, these large hospital corporations across the province do not have performance measures beyond numbers of patients, numbers of surgeries. There is not an organizational efficiency set of measures that hold hospitals accountable. We are simply dealing with one of the most egregious, it's becoming one of my favorite words, systems. And the arrogance of a system that fails to communicate with elected officials is a problem. In my opinion, our battle now should be with the government of the province of Ontario on behalf of Fort Erie citizens. We can't negotiate with people who consistently misrepresent the truth and position their need for UCC funding to offset their continuing deficits as a primary care issue. We can't negotiate with a group that's so determined to hold to a plan that was developed over 25 years ago and revised in 2018 to reduce the available service sites in South Niagara without public consultation. We can't negotiate with an entity that operates within its own boundaries and cannot accept significant changes to the economic, demographic, and tourist situation in South Niagara. We see that our plan of only 13 years ago, 14 years ago, has to be replaced. Yes, we're required to do a new official plan, but we've done it and we're moving forward. They're still depending on a 25-year-old plan. And I think that that is wrong. I don't have anything more to say.
Everyone around this horseshoe appreciates your
worship.
We all appreciate your passion here. So, anyone else? Councillor Dubanow.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wasn't going to say anything, but after hearing Councillor Christensen, I could feel my heart start to race and my blood pressure start to raise at how frustrating and just bonkers this whole situation is. It is particularly offensive to me as a municipal councillor serving a second term in this municipality that I found out this news through Niagara 411 on Facebook, and that they didn't have the decency to actually reach out to us directly. I know they had their meeting, and then they released it the exact same time. That to me demonstrates a lack of good faith and that's my personal opinion here. I'm going to share some other personal opinions. You know, my wife, Lauren, she is a wonderful individual. She is the person who kind of stands behind me and gives me a lot of good advice and a lot of smart comments. She said to me that they're closing these urgent care centers due to lack of physicians. Well, how the heck are they going to staff a brand new hospital in Niagara Falls if they don't even have the physicians to staff the urgent care center right now? And I sat there and I thought, you know, you're right. Like, what the heck is this? Their excuse is they don't have enough physicians, and yet they're opening a brand new hospital up the road in Niagara Falls. I'm sure it will be a wonderful, beautiful hospital with lots of diagnostic services. But if we don't even have the staff here in Fort Erie, if that's their excuse, then what the heck are they talking about in Niagara Falls? And that there is the crux of the issue. What is the truth? Is it truly an issue of staffing, or is this death by 1,000 cuts? And I'm going to share another personal opinion. I don't think that there isn't any integrity in the way they are dealing with us and how they are conveying and communicating with us. I usually keep my mouth shut during healthcare things. There are members of this council who, in my opinion, know way more about this topic and have way more experience with it than I do. But, you know, I sit here and I look at things, you know, what makes sense, what doesn't make sense. When I'm finding out an announcement on Niagara 411 before I have to come to a council meeting when I'm at work, trying to do my day-to-day work and then get kicked in the stomach by this, that's offensive. That is offensive as an elected representative in this community. When we're being sold a song and dance that they don't have enough staff during, you know, when we have 10, 15,000 more people come into this community during the summer and we don't have enough staff, and then they say that they're opening up a new hospital and doing other things, well, I'm sorry, that lacks integrity. So I am reiterating my personal opinion. I think we need to kick Niagara Health to the curb. I think we have worked with them. We have acted in good faith to try and find a solution. Clearly, they do not want to work with us. Kick their butts out the door, take that hospital back, find someone in our community, we can work together with Port Colborne, find a way to deliver urgent care services, the diagnostic services we need in this community, and move forward without them. We have to start talking to the provincial government. That's who we talk to right now to get that funding, and we start talking to the doctors. They may not have a recruitment plan. We do in this community. And that's another thing as well, to find out that they don't have a recruitment and retention plan, and now they're coming to us when we've been doing this God knows how many years. I'm sorry. I am very angry, and Councillor Christensen, the passion in your voice just got me riled up that I had to speak, but I'm sorry. Enough is enough. I was going to keep my mouth shut, but no, you got me going. This is how I feel, and like his worship said earlier, if you want to find out how I truly feel, ask me when I'm not at this horseshoe. Thank you very, very much, Mr. Chair.
No trouble. Councillor Noyes.
I don't think I'm going to be as passionate. I don't think I could be. I don't know if anybody could imagine that passion. I guess my thoughts are something what Councillor Dubanow said is that I'd like to know if they've done any predictions, any stats in regards to the increase in number of visits they're anticipating in the emergency rooms of the hospitals that are remaining, and what is their plan to address the increase in the numbers, and then also in the diagnostic services, because right now I think there's a 6-month wait for an ultrasound or something in Fort Erie, if I'm not mistaken. What's the waiting time? I'd like to kind of see what their plan of action is. Okay, if they do what they say they do, right now they're looking at just decreasing some of it, but if they close it completely, what's their long-term plan? And if we're talking about urgent care right now, but what is their vision for the rest of the building? Like, we have slow to recover individuals there. We have a palliative program there. We have people waiting for placement in nursing homes that are in that hospital. What is their plan for all that's happening currently there? If they're planning on closing the urgent care, is that just a step to closing the entire facility? Or is it just, like, what is their long-term plan? Can we get anything, from them nailed down in what their plan is down the road for the other services offered? The other thing is that I know that I think Councillor Lewis referred to, I think we we promised, or we've been saving $3 million, if I'm not mistaken. Is that the amount that we're going to reallocate, that we're going to donate to the new hospital? I'd like to know that if we didn't, what our legal responsibility would be, if there's any legal ramifications, and where we would reallocate those money towards healthcare in Fort Erie.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor McDermott.
Sometimes you just never know where to start with this group. Ever since 2011, I've been pissing around with these people, and they drive me crazy. I have to tell you, it's pretty hard to believe people that constantly lie to you, change the plans, and are bound and determined to get rid of urgent care both in Port Colborne and here. What's the crazy part is you look at some of this talk about growth tonight, and just down the road a little ways, we're going to be at 43,000. And without a Band-Aid station even. I mean, Dr. Henry was right back in the day. That's what they're trying to leave us with, is a first aid station. That's not what they're leaving us with. They're going to try and leave us with nothing. And the only people that can stop that is us. It's like this. We have to play peekaboo with the CAO now. We have to play peekaboo with the Minister of Health. Like, these people are all getting paid good money. You get $500,000 at the top of the NHS. The Premier only wish he made that much. He's got the responsibility for the whole province, and the person at the CAO at the NHS is making more money than him. And he hasn't seen the light yet. We're so worried about building tunnels and, getting 34% raises. And what is the first thing you do after you get a raise? Well, you take the summer off, right? So a few days you're going to be not coming back until October. You get your raise. Now go take a nice holiday. This is not the way it's supposed to work. I mean, it's very clear that the government has got to learn that they're not going to leave these little municipalities out without a fight. And I think if we have to be the leaders in that fight, I think that's what we do. If you look on Facebook all day long, people are so perplexed. There's going to be a big stress up after they don't really know what they're doing to us. It plays havoc on people's lives. We have no transportation to get back and forth if you don't have a car. We have a lot of poor people here that don't have cars. They can't take transit because if you get sick, and there's no 24/7 transit here. I don't use the snow so much anymore because it's gone way beyond that. The fact is, the responsibility of the NHS right now is to be delivering health care here at least until the time this hospital's been built. And all they've been doing is playing with us all this time, and we just don't do enough to make it back for them. So I'm not going to go any further than that. I'm going to be very interested in what happens at the press conference on Wednesday, and I'm sure that by Wednesday, after listening to the mayor's talk healthcare, that I'll be able to put some posts together that will be effective after the mayor spoke. I don't want to get him into any trouble in negotiating, but I will be a little bit more strengthened and compassionate in those posts. You can be certain of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McDermott. Before you continue, do you want to extend it a little bit here? Councillor Lewis?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to blurt out.
Yeah.
Move past 10.
10 minutes? All right, 10. All right. All those in favor?
We have to vote.
Opposed? You're not opposed? Okay, good. All right. Your worship.
So I just want to say one thing. I forgot to mention that at the end of the meeting this morning, I did tell the two representatives from Niagara Health that it's not over. It's not over, and it won't be over, and I know that you folks are going to be there, and we'll make sure that it's not over. And, the community is looking to us. to sort this out. And there'll be solutions. The CAO has done a fantastic job coming up with a variety of solutions. And I guess that's the part that's most discouraging. You know, we passed a resolution last fall, sent it to the Premier, asked for his support, copied that to the Minister of Finance. We sent a resolution that Councillor McDermott had put forward, sent that off to the Premier and the Minister of Health. Finally, after requesting a response, we did get a letter from the Minister of Health, who kind of glossed over the resolutions that we had passed, and then talked for a page and a half about what the province has been doing with respect to healthcare. I just find it fascinating that we are telling them that we believe that we can put together a program that will open up acute care beds in the Niagara Health System, will take the pressure off of the emergency departments in Niagara, will reduce the offload delays that EMS is experiencing, which cost probably $5 to $8 million per year, that we will, through our plan, by implication, have better patient outcomes, and that we will save the province millions of dollars if they simply utilize a facility that we already have here in town, Douglas Memorial Hospital, and utilize that. And apparently they're not curious enough to ask another question about, well, okay, so what's the plan? And they're apparently not interested in saving money. So, you know, we've got our work cut out for us, but you know, we'll deal with that. We've got we're going to deal with it, and I think all of you are quite correct in your comments. You know, it's hard to negotiate with somebody who doesn't want to listen.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, everyone, for echoing my feelings, because as a chair, I'm not supposed to be talking too much there, so I appreciate everyone doing that for me. That brings us to new business inquiries. Anything there? Anything on the business status report? Seeing none, Your Worship, I will turn the chair back to you.
Scheduling of meetings. So you all know that we have a media conference here Wednesday at 1 o'clock. The Mayor of Port Colborne will be here. Our MPP, Wayne Gates, will be here. And as many of you as can make it, please come. I know that there'll be some members of Port Colborne Council that will be there as well. Councillor Dubanow.
Yes, Your Worship. Also on Wednesday at 1 o'clock, the Museum and Cultural Heritage Advisory Committee has a meeting. I'm going to be requesting that we delay calling to order the meeting for a few minutes so that we can come out there, because I do intend to be at the press conference, Your Worship.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other meetings? Councillor Noyes.
Yes, the Stevensville Downtown meeting is tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. At the insurance bank.
And if there are no other meetings, then Councillor Dubanow, would you like to move that we adjourn?
Yes, Your Worship, I'd like to move that we adjourn at 10:05 p.m. this evening.
All those in favor? Again, unanimous. Thank you.